Ooh, there it is. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can see me, it means... Alrighty, Roo. You can keep the music going. I actually kind of like it. Nothing wrong with a little backing track. I can project my voice. Don't worry, I won't sing to you today. I don't want it to start raining outside. It's a decent day in Cape Town. We've had amazing weather this week, so I'd rather not ruin it with me singing. Well, I do know a couple classic Mariah Carey songs, and it is almost Christmas time, so it will be hard to resist that urge, I'll tell you. I'd like to welcome to the stage. My name is Nick. I'm going to be your host and MC today and tomorrow. And I'd like to welcome to the stage Stuart, my co-host and cohort.
The wave, the rest of them just staring. It's not TV, you can talk back. How are you?
Right, exactly. Get some waves going on. I see the heads nodding. I see the smiles. It's great. It's bright. It's early. Wonderful. A lot of energy. Brilliant. So a little bit about us. I'm American. I've got an acting and theater background. Stuart?
I'm South African and I have a... I'm trying to think of which background I'm supposed to be talking about. I have a science background. It's one of the things I did at some point, but now I work in theater.
Right, and I actually used to work in theater. Now I work in innovation and do pitch and public speaking training. So we're kind of jack of all trades, master of none, but still better than a master of one.
There we go, you know the full saying.
I do.
It is an exciting morning, guys. We're going to kick off 2 amazing days of the year. If you are in this room, trust me, there's a wealth of knowledge and expertise waiting to be shared with you. It's going to be a very, very exciting 2 days.
Yes, it is. And there's something to be said that there's a lot of energy and things coming out from up here, but actually the beauty of these kinds of events is there's a lot of energy out there. So if you're in here listening to the pitches or listening to a talk, you can get a lot of information, but don't forget the other 50% is the meet and greet, the conversations you're gonna have backstage, offstage, around. Take business cards, take numbers, take WhatsApp, LinkedIn, and all that noise so you guys can keep in touch.
That's almost always the defining difference between getting the opportunity and not getting the opportunity. There's no point sitting on that billion-dollar idea and not sharing it with potential partners in this room. Like seriously, this is the place where you want to network with people.
Yes, exactly. We're not 15 anymore. We're not at a house party. No need to be a wallflower holding your beer in the corner. Get out there, meet and greet. And when I say get connected, if you haven't done so already, go to the AfricArena Wired and you can download that and get access to obviously tons of content from before the conference, after the conference, a lot of keynote speeches, a lot of information on the app. It's available on Google Play and the App Store, the Apple Store.
Speaking of which, guys, at this junction, I'm going to ask you to take your cell phones out, please. There are 2 things we're going to do with it. Number 1, you're going to please put it onto silent. But number 2, you're going to connect to the Wi-Fi. We'll get you to connect to the Wi-Fi, and that way you can download that app right now. So number 1, put your cell phone on silent. Number 2, if you open up your settings, go and look for the network AfricArena, and the password for the Wi-Fi is AA, capital AA Summit 2021. So capital A, small letter S, small letter U, small letter MMIT 2021. The digits 20 and 21.
And if you're like me and you're all thumbs with a mobile device, don't hesitate to ask your neighbor for help. Because I am even though I work in innovation and digital environments, I tend to be the least digital and connected person there is. There's a bit of irony there.
Speaking of asking your neighbor, ladies and gents, we are well aware that we are living in unprecedented times. And taking responsibility for your safety is as much your job as it is ours, okay? There is hand sanitizer all over the place. Please use that as regularly as possible. Make sure you mark your water bottle. You don't want to be sharing those. And more importantly, there is enough space for us to social distance. So if you're feeling vulnerable, the best thing you can do is sit close to the exit. The fans are going, so as much airflow as we can in this venue. But please do keep your mask on if you are feeling vulnerable at all. That you are welcome to do throughout the course of the event.
Right, same song and dance we've heard for 2 years. Wash those hands, put on those masks, and keep your distance from your neighbor. It's hard for me because I'm a big hugger. You know, Americans, we love to hug, so I usually do socially distanced hugging actually these days.
Is that what you were doing to me?
That is exactly what I was doing. That was
I wasn't
the gesture
sure what that
this
was. I was like, that was a strange greeting.
So again, as you can see behind me, get Wired app, Google and Apple Store, download and get connected. You'll see even the programs on there, a lot of good information, and all the speakers and their bios will be in there. Alrighty. So while we're getting to know each other, I did have one quick question for you, Stuart.
Yes.
How do you make a small fortune in the world today?
How do you make a small fortune in the world today? I have no idea, Nick. How do you make a small fortune?
Start off with a big fortune. Invest in cryptocurrency without knowing what you're doing. Boom. All right.
And the crowd goes wild.
Yeah, it really does. That was a home run for me. Super proud of that one. You know, say I practiced that all last night. You know, in my mirror, I was like, you're gonna get it. You're gonna get it. You're gonna get it. It's gonna kill. Brilliant. All right. So of all the exciting things we got up for you today, we've got music to pump you up. We've got keynote speeches. We've got discussions, followed by question and answer. And of course, the startup pitches themselves, where they're going to be presenting their local and regional innovations that they hope to change the world and get connected with all of you and get out there and scale. So this is really what the conference is designed to do, is to create, dare I say, a synergy amongst all of us, the corporate collaborators that are present, the investors and the VCs, and the startups themselves. Because there are a lot of ways to support a startup. We can do investment, obviously, but in fact, just getting to know them, saying, hey, you work in agritech? Well, actually, I got just the guy you need to meet. That can already change somebody's life, and I encourage you all to sort of just to get to know your neighbor and say, what are you working on? What are you up to today? And give yourself the opportunity to be surprised, because the answer will usually be surprising. All right.
We cannot stress that enough, guys. This is very much an interactive conference. It's not going to be so much speakers up on stage lecturing you. Yes, they're going to talk to you about their expertise, but I think the biggest learning and your biggest opportunity is going to come in that Q&A section, okay? So when our speakers are speaking, make your notes, and when you get the opportunity to ask the questions, ask those questions. Even when we've got our panel discussions, those will happen, but they'll always be attached to a Q&A. So use that. Trust me, you will find a wealth of knowledge, and all of our speakers, all of our presenters are so open and giving with this knowledge and this expertise. All you need to do over the next 2 days is ask.
Most definitely. It's definitely not the occasion to be shy. Some of us are extroverted, some of us are introverted, but if you're introverted, this is the one time in the year where you're going to make that effort and go meet and greet. And if you're extroverted, well, turn to the introvert and invite him into the conversation.
Indeed. We got the last couple of people joining us. Just to recap for our friends who are joining us right now. Guys, there's sanitizer all over. You may keep your mask on if you are feeling vulnerable. and try and social distance as much as you can. Just one or two other housekeeping bits and pieces. If you do need the bathroom, you'll find them out and to the left. And the smoking section, obviously, even though we are kind of outdoors, you can't do that in here. You've got to walk all the way outside.
And thank God my mother's not here because she would tell you smoke is a terrible habit. And if you need something to chew on, there's snacks and coffee outside as well. Brilliant.
Last guy, a couple of people at the back there, guys. Come on, take a seat over here. Do not be shy. I love the fact that they've all avoided the front row. They're social distancing from the front row. Sir, you are sitting in the second row. You chose to sit in the second row. You are now the front row, but that's okay. Well, not anymore. We've got a brave man over here.
There we go.
Excellent.
Front and center. Brilliant.
I like your backpack, sir. Looks like an art project.
Alrighty.
Can I see by show of hands, how many of you are at one of these summits for the first time? Do we have any first timers at the summit over here?
Ooh, lots of hands. Love it. Brilliant.
You guys are in for a treat. I did my first summit last year, and it was one of the most eye-opening experiences. It's someone who can't plays in that entrepreneurial space. I am so excited for what you guys are going to be learning over the next 2 days, but I can't stress this enough. You get out of this what you want to get out of this. So play full out, guys. Make those notes, ask those questions, get involved, talk to the person next to you. They may just be the person you are looking for that gets your business to the next level.
Sounds like the pitch for Tinder almost.
Yes.
Brilliant. All right, guys. So we just got a few more minutes where we get to meet and greet. And then we're going to kick off with some really fun stuff. We've got a music act that's going to blow your mind just to pump up the room, give you some energy, and give you some extra value. Because you thought you were coming to a conference today. You thought we were going to talk about innovation, but oh no, you get a free concert as well. Who's playing today?
In our concert.
Yeah.
It's, I want to do a joke about the fact that you won't see them, but let's save the surprise. Let's save the surprise. We've got about 5 minutes before we bring our first bunch of guest acts to the stage.
All right. I can never keep the surprise. I always tell the dude whose surprise party it is, I'll be like, I'm so excited for your party Friday. He's like, what party? I was like, shoot, I ruined it. Every time. I can't hold myself together. Yeah, I'm surprised I even told you I was on the whole program yet.
Speaking of which, so, do you want to do a little bit of a run through how the day progresses?
The run through of the day.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. We're going to start, and you're going to get to meet me. You're going to meet Stuart, and we've done so. We're going to have an amazing concert. Then we're going to kick it off with some roundtable discussions and some keynote speeches on some interesting topics. Then, of course, by that time, your tummy's going to be growling. You're going to want to get some food in you, re-energized for the afternoon. In the afternoon, we're going to kick off with some great Series B, Series A, and a corporate challenge startup pitches, one after the other, back to back. Probably close it down with another discussion, and then pack our bags and get ready for tomorrow.
By show of hands, sounds amazing. By show of hands, how many of our people who are pitching are in the audience so far?
Whoa.
Lovely.
All right. Just for the numbers, we've got about 40 startups who are going to be present and pitching over the next today and tomorrow. We've got a number of corporate collaborators and a dozen more of VCs and investors, and probably some general public in there who are just curious and want to discover what AfricArena is all about. Brilliant.
How long have you been in town now, Nick?
I've been in town since Friday last. Yes. The days are hard to keep track of, I swear. We had a big boot camp the last few days. We're having the 2 days of the summit today. I get a few days of exploring Cape Town at the end of the week, and then I fly out as quick as I came.
And visitors over here in our audience, how many by show of hands are not locals? We are the people who are not from Cape Town
Now,
specifically.
1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, the hands go up. Lots of international crowd.
Well, welcome, guys. Welcome to Cape Town. We've organized some amazing weather for you for today. Tomorrow, we're not quite sure. But today is going to be great. And the conference is going to be great. And it's going to kick off in about 2 minutes' time.
2 minutes time. God, I can't wait. Damn it. I'm really excited. I don't want to tell you who it is. Can I tell them who it is yet?
No, you can't. Save it.
Darn it.
One final time, guys. If you joined us late, please jump onto the Wi-Fi. It's AfricArena is the name of the Wi-Fi. AA Summit 2021, that's your Wi-Fi password. You can go and download the app from the Google Play Store or the App Store. The app is filled with all sorts of information, so that is definitely your key to getting the most out of the next 2 days. You see, I love what happened over here. She had no idea what I said, and then he helped her. That's what today is about. AA Summit 2021. That is the password. Capital A, capital A. Summit, small letters, and 2021 are digits. So capital A, SUMMIT, all small letters, 2021. It doesn't work. Oh. Summit with a double M. We've got our final couple of people joining us. Welcome, guys. We're literally about to kick off the summit in about a minute or two. A day filled with amazing speakers. That's what we've got. And some awesome pitch sessions later.
And speaking of amazing speakers, just for those who are joining us and missed our names, my name is Nick, and next to me is Stuart. We're going to be your host and guide and guru for the next few days, walking you through this amazing course of events that we've got planned for you that I want to tell you all about, but apparently I can't because I have to wait.
It's time.
It's time?
It's time.
All right, so who are we going to bring to the stage then? Oh, I'm so excited. Who is it?
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to kick off with a little bit of energy over here. So your job for the next 10 minutes as you enjoy this entertainment is to whistle and clap and scream and shout and just welcome them over here and maybe join in with them. Can we do that so early in the morning? Yes.
A big round of applause. Oh, that's good. I think we can do better. Go. Oh, keep it going. Sounds great. Fantastic. So can I invite DJ Invisible and Dubmaster China to kick it off with a bit of African futuristic electronic music. Are you going to come to the stage, guys? Big round of applause for them. Are you guys here? Holy smokes, they are.
How are you doing this morning? Yeah, are you all awake? Have your breakfast already? Nice one. We're gonna try and entertain you guys, just to get you into the vibe, you know? I know it's early in the morning, but anyway, have a good party. DJ Visible! Clap your hands, everybody. Yeah, go so, go so, go so, go so, go so, go so. Are they feeling the vibe? Are you feeling the vibe?
Yes, yes, yes.
Are you good?
Yeah, good.
Yes, 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 y'all. Show them what one DJ Invisible. Nice good morning here, AfricArena. Everybody looking nice and relaxed. That's what we do.
Now, I'm sure we can do a little bit better than that.
All right.
Give it up one more time. DJ Invisible and...
Dubmaster China.
That's it.
Big round of applause for them. Super cool. I always love getting a taste of that. So as you know, this kind of event doesn't really just happen on its own. There are a lot of moving parts, especially our corporate sponsors, both international, local, and the government agencies who help put that together. So just take a second, give a big round of applause. Even if you're clapping for yourself, you deserve it. Thank you so much for your help. We obviously couldn't do it without you. Today I'd like to welcome the man of the hour, the captain of the ship, if you will. You don't see his name yet, but...
Well, please, you go ahead.
Mr. Christoph, come join up on stage and give him a big round of applause because this is his brainchild. He put this all together. He's out there slaving day in and day out, looking for sponsorship, looking for startups. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Nick. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Wow, that's better. Okay, welcome, everybody. Welcome to Cape Town. Welcome to the heart of Silicon Cape, the most dynamic, active community in tech in Africa. At least we think that's the case. And, you know, we are very excited to be here. We've just gone through some really difficult times, so it's quite special for me to be here on stage today with so many people in the room and also with this current day and age watching us online, digitally, on our various channels. So I'm here to tell you about what is AfricArena, for those who don't know. So we are a mission-driven small team that is about connecting founders from across the continent with the best investors, corporates, and partners to provide them with market access and access to capital to fund their venture. So we're all about accelerating the tech ecosystem on the continent, from Lagos to Tunis, from Nairobi to Dakar, from Cape Town to Johannesburg. So we've been now operating for the last 5 years. We started in 2017, and to date, our startup alumni started pitching at AfricArena. Have raised over $300 million to date in funding. We've launched over 30 open innovation challenges with 20 corporates from the US, Europe, and Africa. And we have a community of founders, investors, and supporters that is now spanning the whole continent. We have granted over $2.5 million in benefits to the startup, largely thanks to our flagship partner, Amazon Web Services. We receive 1,000 applications of startups every year through our various channels and challenges. And to date, we have 350 startups that pitch at an Africa event in person for the last 5 years. This year, we're super excited because we managed to get 50 startups to come from all over the continent to come and pitch at the summit. And AfricArena is more than just an event. And if this last year has taught us anything, is that entrepreneurship is about resilience. It's about developing and deploying capabilities in order to adapt and respond to adversity encountered. And boy, we faced a hell of a lot of adversity for the last 2 years. So we had to reinvent ourselves. We lost 80% of our funding in 2020 as a result of COVID, when we were on a very fast trajectory at the end of 2019. We had to digitalize ourselves, but we kept running. So we launched the AfricArena Wired app, which you've seen on the screen before, which enables us to connect to our community of over 10,000 folks that are attending events digitally or in person in the AfricArena community, and to keep talking to our investors, our stakeholders, our corporates, and our entrepreneurs. So Africa will keep rising no matter what. The other thing that we've done is that we have diversified our circuit of events. So we believe that large events are no longer a thing of the future, and it's a series of small, targeted, high-quality events that will define the future of networking and eventing. So if you look at what we've done this year, we basically deployed 4 regional events across the continent. We started in Johannesburg in May, then we went to Dakar in June, Nairobi, Tunisia in October, and we end up in Cape Town. At these events, we have multiple events. We do Founders Bootcamp to get startups to meet one another, to foster startup collaboration. You have startups at one event from Morocco, from Sudan, from Egypt, from Tunis, in Tunisia, you know, these amazing things happen. The same thing in Dakar between Ghana, Nigeria, Senegal, and other countries in the region, and so on. So prior to our event, we have Startup Bootcamp where they meet, connect, and prepare for the event. So they deliver the best possible pitch to you. We also run what we call investors and conferences to get investors to connect from different regions and work on co-investment, on addressing the funding gap that we have in the early stage in Africa. Because just to give you a few numbers, funding of the VC technology sector in Africa went down 40% last year to $1.4 billion. And the most affected section of the ecosystem remains the early stage. So the good news is this year, we're probably going to hit close to $4 billion. But out of that $4 billion of funding, 90% goes to 50 companies in what we call large growth rounds. So our focus at AfricArena is seed to Series A, and most of the startups you're going to see are in that area. And we hope that investor-owned conferences and getting investors to work together and produce open source resources to make deals are enabling the acceleration of the investment, particularly in the early stage sector. So we're very happy to have had many new partners this year that enabled us to roll out this circuit. Most of them are here, the Senegalese government, the DER. I'm very happy to have them here today. We have our Tunisian friends from Smart Capital. We have Expertise France, who has been supporting us, and all our other partners on the circuit. So it's been great to find new partners to keep running throughout 2021. And Yet again, this year we started just last week, Thursday, we started the VC Unconference in the beautiful setting of Hermanus near Cape Town, about an hour's drive from here. And, well, we worked hard and they partied hard, of course, you know, lots of dinners and drinking. As you can see, there's a glass in about every of this picture. But it was an opportunity for founders to connect with investors and investors to connect with one another. We had investors from the US, from Asia, from Europe, from whole of Africa, 65 of them. And the goal of this unconference is to produce, as an outcome-driven process, a set of open source best practices. You can see Zach there on the picture working on that element, and we got great result to show. This alliance of investors and founders is regrouped in what we call the Digital Collective Africa. You can check out digitalcollective.africa, where you'll find the latest on what's happening in Digital Collective. Then we had the Founders Bootcamp happening on Sunday and Monday with some amazing speakers like Clive Butko from Kalen Ventures, Thomas Pace from Ozo as the founders, and many other. We had Nick teaching about a lot of things, and some fun, you know, we went on the water, and getting the connection between the startup happen. And it's amazing to see the energy of getting these startups from 15 countries to be together in the mother city, and for the first time, for many of them, connecting to one another. We had a lovely dinner at Maker's Landing Sunday night, and that table that you see there with these 50 founders having dinner in a food incubator on one table, that's the symbol of our community. Getting together, having a meal together, an African meal, and connecting. So this is what we do. And we're so happy that they made it to the summit. We're so happy that they made it to the summit. Obviously, the guys are not getting it, right? Sorry about that. So this would not be possible without our partners. We have a lot of partners, so we have a lot of ecosystem partners. They don't contribute financially to what we do, but we would not be able to do what we do without them. And I'm not going to name them all, but we have over 120 ecosystem partners across Africa and Europe and the US and Japan helping us doing what we do. We have media partners helping us tell the story of these startups, first of all. So I'm very happy that today, in the media lounge, you'll find Forbes from Japan, you'll find Les Echos from France, and many South African media company and French-speaking media company coming to interview these startups. And of course, we have our financial partners, those without which we couldn't keep going. Amazon Web Services, La French Tech, the Technology Innovation Agency, which has provided great support to us this year with our Johannesburg event and with this event, International Trade Center, United Nations, Saint-Gobain, Métis, and Westgrow, the development agency of the Western Cape. And the tour events that we ran, we managed to do them with new partners that came on board this year. So I'd like to thank, the Orange Venture, GIZ, Smart Capital, Expertise France, Fondation Tunisie, the French Embassy in South Africa and in Senegal, and the Organization of Francophonie, and several others. And then, we have investor partners that are very important because this event is deal flow centric. So we're all about making deals happen. So at the conference, but also at this event, we have presence from African Venture Capital Association, Eastern Africa Venture Capital Association, the Southern Africa Capital Venture Association, JICA from Japan, Double Feather Partners, which have been sponsoring the conference, and SpecNo, which is an innovation studio in South Africa. And last but not least, Edge Growth, which is one of the best VC and investment fund in the country. So I'd like to thank them all for their support, and we hope this is not the last AfricArena event. We've been decimated by the pandemic, but at least we're here thanks to those partners. I'd like to say a few words about one special partner. La French Tech, which is the tech ecosystem in France, has been supporting AfricArena since its creation, 2017. It was actually an event seeded by La French Tech, and have been supporting AfricArena throughout the years, no matter what, including this year. So I'd like to thank them for the support. And We have a few words from the French Minister of Digital Affairs, Cédric O, that we'd like to share with you. With the sound, please. Can we have the sound? Or shall I just speak what he says? So, La French Tech in South Africa, it's a community of founders and investors. It was started in 2016. When we launched the French Tech community in South Africa, we wanted to be more than just a website, so we decided to launch an incubator, which is the French South African Tech Labs in Centricity, which is the incubator that organized the bootcamp this weekend, and we wanted to have a flagship international event, and that led to the creation of AfricArena. Today we have 9 French tech communities in Africa, from Dakar to Mauritius, Tunisia to Casablanca, Nairobi, to Johannesburg. So, it's a very dynamic community, and you'll see some of the founders here with us in the next few days.
Hello, everybody. I'm very happy to have the opportunity to talk in front of you and to have the opportunity to say a word in opening to that day, that important day at AfricArena today. I first want to thank the ambassador Aurélien Le Chevalier, my friend Aurélien, who gave me the opportunity to talk today. But I also want to send my greetings to my counterpart, Mr. Nchaveni, because I do think that being able to build bridges as far as technology is concerned between Europe and Africa, and especially between France and South Africa, is important. I want to remind the fact that we need more technology, and we need to be able to keep up with the pace of technology, at least as far as 2 things are concerned. The first one is economical development. If we look at the biggest companies all over the world, if we look at the shares of digital, the percentage of the worldwide economy that is represented by the digital economy, it is growing very fast, especially after the COVID-19 crisis. And this is something on which both Europe but also Africa have to be able to catch up. This is why this is so important to build alliances, to be able to do business together, to trade, to build that special relationship. And this is why an event like AfricArena is so important, both from a South African point of view, from an African point of view, because this has a reach which is getting much bigger than South Africa itself, but also from a European point of view. And this is also why I'm very happy that French Tech Mission has been supporting the AfricArena event this year. We are also facing other challenges that we need technology to be able to respond to. If you look at the challenges that we are facing, our societies, our European but also our African societies, be it climate change, the pressure, demographic pressure, the aging of the society in many European countries, the question of the future of food, how will we be able to feed our population with a growing number of human people on that planet? All of those questions, we need technology to be able to answer to them. We need a lot more innovation. This is why also the question of technology is at the core of our economic challenges, but also of our societal challenges. And no state can answer that alone. Be it the United States, by the way, be it France, be it South Africa, be it any state all around the world. This is why we need international answers. We need international answers because challenges are international, because the digital world and the internet are international, and because we need to go faster than we are going today. So this is why we need much more cooperation. And AfricArena should play a role in that domain too. So happy meeting. I'm very happy to have had the opportunity to say a word with you today. There is in 2022 the EU and African Union meetings. That will be a very important milestone, and I do think that we also need to take that opportunity to go faster in terms of collaboration in the digital era.
Okay. There you go. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please get a round of applause for our captain of the ship, Christophe Vernot? Thank you, sir. The man who does all of the hard work. Here is where we kick it off. Are you awake? Are you excited? Are we ready to get the summit going? Yes. Just you, sir. Excellent. Guys, I'm going to reiterate this because this was my takeaway from last year. This is really, the summit is only as successful as the amount of energy and effort you give to it. Okay? Trust me when I say, the people with the answers are sitting in this room, and they are so willing to share those answers with you, but it's your job to step up and put your hand up and ask the questions, okay? Trust me, if you take advantage of the next 2 days, it can set you up for a long time. I'm going to giggle first because we had a bit of a panic attack right now because I don't read my notes properly. So when I saw the title of the next speaker, I didn't really realize it was the title of his speech. You got to understand, Shem, you must forgive me, my heart is pumping over here. But it said, step aside and cut the red tape. That was the note, step aside and cut the red tape. And I read that as cut the red ribbon, as in, oh, we're going to officially open the thing. Meanwhile, the dude is talking about cutting red tape. So I'm running around, where's the red ribbon, guys? Where's the red ribbon? And the organizers are like, what the hell are you talking about, Stu? I'm like, we need the red ribbon. They're like, what have you been smoking? I'm like, we need the red ribbon. So no, we're not cutting any red ribbons. We are going to jump straight into it because it's time for your keynote speaker to do the first of the keynotes over here. The conversation he has up on stage is where you want to make the notes, and after that, we're going to allow 10 minutes for a Q&A. Before we do that, though, are we wide awake? I always do this like test to see that we're wide awake, because it's morning. You know, a lot of us just woke up. Maybe we're only on our first cup of coffee. So we're going to do a quick test to see that you're all wide awake, every single person. You at the back in the cheap seats as well. I want all of you to take one hand, hold it high up in the air like this. This is my favorite test to see that you're wide awake. One hand high up. There we go. And when I say now, I want you to pull your hand down as fast as you can. Ready and now. Okay, yeah, they're ready for you, bro. They're ready. No. We need you to be wide awake, ladies and gentlemen. And it really is an honor for me to introduce this guy. I want to read his CV, which is phenomenally impressive. I just want to say I'm very happy that this guy did not grow up anywhere near me. And you'd be happy as well, because your mother would be like, why can't you be more like him? This guy has done the most incredible things. I'm not even joking. He's an experienced technology entrepreneur and executive who has built businesses that serve customers on every single continent except Antarctica. And he's working on that. He's working on that one right now. Most notably, he built and scaled Go1. You would have heard of Go1. It's, of course, a leading online platform used by organizations and governments in over 20 countries. And it recently became a unicorn following a $200 million investment led by SoftBank, Salesforce Ventures, and Airtree Ventures. He is also a reference thought leader and invited speaker both abroad and locally on digital transformation, disruptive innovation, and the future of the workforce, as well as business strategy. He is an actuary by training, and he holds an undergraduate degree here from UCT and a postgraduate degree from the University of Oxford as a Rhodes Scholar. At Oxford, he completed a double master's, guys. You understand? Like, I took me 5 years to do a BSc degree. This guy is doing double master's degrees. He's got an MPP and an MSc, receiving a distinction for his research on the role of emerging technologies in organizational transformation and human capital development. He has advised leading enterprises and governments in over 10 countries across the Middle East and Africa. And when he worked, when he worked with an international firm called Boston Consulting Group. He joined there as one of their first consultants in the region in 2011. This young man over here has served as the principal investment advisor on technology investments for a large South African listed investment firm, and he's ever close to the latest disruptive technologies and global trends. He's in fact an advisor to the Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies on the fourth industrial revolution and its end skills in South Africa. The minister appointed Melvin to serve as a non-executive director of the entity, tasked by cabinet with leading the digital transformation in South Africa, as well as skilling civil servants, private sector, and society at large for the needs of 4IR. And the list just keeps on going. In the private sector, he also serves as independent non-executive director of JSE-listed AdCorp Group, Africa's largest workplace solutions provider, as well as of Conduit Capital, a JSE-listed investment holdings company. And that's just Monday to Friday, guys. That's just Monday to Friday. Then on the weekends, he's on the council of, at St. John's College, where he's deputy chairperson of the St. John's College Foundation Board and its investment committee, as well as chairperson of the IT committee, leading the school's digital transformation. This gentleman is a builder of disruptive technologies that create impact by solving significant businesses and social challenges. Following his studies at Oxford, he co-founded Go1, a world leader in online corporate training solutions and the world's largest marketplace of training. It's been recognized on both Deloitte Fast 500 list of world's fastest growing companies, as well as Disrupt 100 list of the world's most disruptive companies. In addition, its most recent investment round, in addition to its most recent investment round, Go1 has been backed by the University of Oxford, Microsoft, and Y Combinator, which is the world's most prestigious tech accelerator of companies like Airbnb, Stripe, and Dropbox. And that's just page one of the CV. There's many, many more, but I'm going to stop it there because I'd rather tell you a personal story. When I had a brainwave, I was like, I've got this brilliant idea. Who shall I call? And I called our speaker. And you know, the guy doesn't know me, but he is such a giving person that in his spare time, after all of that hard day's work, he jumped on a Zoom call to sit and talk me through my ideas and really help move it forward. And we will do things with those. So ladies and gentlemen, it really is an honor to introduce this guy to you. He is the guy that has got your back, and he's the guy that's going to answer so many of your questions. Your first keynote speaker for the day. Please make him feel welcome with whistling, clapping, screaming, shouting, Mr. Melvin Lubega.
Very much. Thank you. Good morning. Can you hear me at the back? I believe you can. So I was on a radio interview this morning, and they said, this is a time of Malvin, you're on mute. And so if I do stop talking at any point in time, just say, Malvin, you're on mute, and I'll know that I need to reconnect my mic. I noted that whenever Trevor Noah comes on stage, back in his early days, before he was in the US, he used to have a water bottle and put it to his right-hand side. And so I'm doing that to channel Trevor Noah's energy and vibes. First of all, look, good morning, everyone. For those joining from abroad, I don't know which mic to look at, so I'm just going to stare into distance, you and the camera. Welcome to the conversation. And really thank you to Christoph, Katie, and the AfricArena team, I think, for inviting me to, have a preamble to what is an important 2 days. I think, the ecosystem right now is such an exciting time to be alive. I mean, having, built businesses in different parts of the world, I think it's such an exciting time to be on the continent because there's just phenomenal opportunities. And, in a conversation yesterday, someone asked me, Malvin, which industries are going to be the next biggest ones, where the next unicorn's going to come from, or even how do we take advantage of that? And, there's a premise around where the biggest problems are, the biggest opportunities lie. And so on my way down yesterday, Johannesburg announced a water shutdown, and I was very glad I was coming to Cape Town because I know Cape Town was able to solve water problems. And so I think whilst Africa's blessed with opportunity, I think in the same way it's important to understand the nuances of the ecosystem. And so really what I hope to do, and Stuart really went in on my CV there, so now I feel like there's such expectation. I was going to come and crack my best jokes. But what I want to do ultimately is speak to the topic. And really, as Stuart rightly said, I was also looking for the red ribbon at some point. It almost sounds like you're standing in the way of some sort of ceremony. But ultimately, step aside and cut the red tape. And I want to really speak about the interaction between startups, government, and the role we can play in that ecosystem. And so if you take nothing away from what I'm about to share, key principles of this. 1, starting a startup is hard. 2, spoiler alert, the government won't build your business for you. And I think 3, all of us in this room have a greater part to play than we actually think. And so I want to try to keep that narrative and share some of the school fees paid on our journey in building out our company, but more so interacting with ecosystems both here, across the continent, and around the world. And so just to get a feel of who the audience is, because I knew it was an ecosystem. You know, ecosystem is like one of those terms that's very nebulous, like everyone's in the ecosystem. It's like, yeah, I'm in the ecosystem. It's like so as mentioned, I studied at UCT, and it's interesting how being an entrepreneur is now very sexy. Whereas I'm finishing up electoral science, and look, I did not go into entrepreneurship. I was not that brave. I have things to pay for at home with the family. I went into corporate, but those who are brave enough to go into entrepreneurship, it was almost a story of so guys, I've got this business idea, I want to start this company, I'm not going to go into corporate. And you have some guy be like, no, look, John, don't struggle. My dad's a partner at this law firm, we'll get you in. Whereas right now, it's almost like being an entrepreneur is sexy. It's almost like, I want to be an entrepreneur too. And we'll forget about the tough times and what it takes to build a business. Something which, when we started our business in 2015, we did a program called Y Combinator. And at the time, one of the investors in the ecosystem, Ben Horowitz, released a book called The Hard Thing About Hard Things. And if you haven't read it as a startup founder, it's worth the read. As an investor, read it so you can have empathy for founders. But I think it's one of those books which really details the trials and tribulations of building a business. Because building a startup is hard. First of all, you've got to somehow magically think of an idea and then bring it to fruition. And something which, when I was first telling our supposed early angels who were trying to convince to invest in us about our business, one of them actually told me this. And this guy is one of the wealthiest people in Canada. And he was like, Marvin, certain people aren't built to build businesses from 0 to 1. Some people are meant to take businesses from 10 to 1,000, and some from 1,001 to 1,002. And I think it was his way of telling me maybe I should reconsider the startup thing, because at that point in time, I came off the back of investment banking, Goldman Sachs, management consulting, BCG, and life was very different. I think something is not as addictive as having a salary come into your account every month. And when that stops, there's a strong appreciation for what that has in your life. I was like, I'm a young guy, I have low expenses, and so you fully appreciate what that looks like. But let's say you get that chutzpah to actually start your business. You realize that you still have to go convince somebody else in building out that dream. And the tough thing is people often say bad investors are bad. I will argue that bad co-founders are the worst. Because the reality is, without that perspective, the alignment of values, alignment of principles, and then you're aligned on those two, but you actually need to have complementary skills. Because if everyone in my startup team was an actuary, it's be tough. And so it's interesting in our founding team, just as a side note, where there are 5 of us as co-founders. I'm the token actuary, as you can tell. Andrew is a PhD in economics. Chris is a lawyer, did some work at the Concord. Vu is a medical doctor. And Chris Hood, who's the only person who's actually fit or qualified to be in our business, is actually our CTO and software engineer. And I think it's very interesting, it sounds like a start to a joke when you introduce ourselves, but it speaks to the importance of the diversity in building out a business. But even if you have the right co-founders, there's a point around, being able to compete in the market. Because the reality is that someone out there has a lot more money than you do. And so therefore you need to box smart. And in our journey, it's been very telling where some of our biggest competitors are now our partners. I remember back in the early days, so we have teams around the world, and I was managing the teams in the US, Australia, I had a team in Nigeria at the time, a team in South Africa. I used to have late night calls with guys on the West Coast. And I joined the call a bit early because what does one do at 5 to 1 in the morning anyway? And so I joined the call early, and you often find guys would be like, oh no, I hear this guy is dialing in from Africa. There's electricity today. Is he actually going to join this call? Because, as a young person in Africa, and, I'd argue even of my hue, it's very difficult to engage with international partners. And I think it's important to realize that you're competing not only with your competitors, but also people who will look down on you as an entrepreneur. And I think it's something which I reflect on in my journey where, so fine, look, I built up our sales operation and all that within the business. But the reality is, it's also to keep the main thing. Because I could have sat there and said, guys, I was on the call for 5 minutes. How dare you say that about my dear continent? Elon Musk is South African, and so is Steve Nash, and so is Nelson Mandela, and just list every South African I know and be like, yeah. But it's about focusing on the main thing. But I think for me, where the intersection really to government comes in is because if you get all of that right, and I give you this brief example, you get all of that right, you then are able to convince international funder to give you money into your business. And you went from being a up-and-coming black startup, let's say in South Africa, because BE is important. And you convince an international funder because you've been able to build your business, you've beaten the competitors, you've gotten some money. The reality is, in that particular context there, if you were to get international investment, all of a sudden, by getting that investment, you're no longer a BE level 1 company. You're no longer able to actually do certain things with that capital that you retain. And it's almost by winning, you're failing. And I think this is really the crux of the conversation, because even if one does everything right in terms of building out their business as a startup, there's still real things that one will encounter as a startup entrepreneur given the ecosystem. And whilst tech is good for connectivity, the reality is it means we are in a global pool of competition for talent, for capital, and ultimately for expertise that we require to scale and build our businesses. And I think it's something which one takes for granted. And so it's where I want to use that as a almost platform to engage around the role of government in that. And so before we deep dive into that, I want to get a sense, how many of you in the audience are, let's say, startup entrepreneurs? Let's use that as a term and phrase. Wow, okay, good coverage. See, I'm seeing some investors in the room not putting up their hands as if they don't want to build bigger funds, but it's fine. We'll come to you. And who of you are investors in the room? See, what I love is like the entrepreneurs that double dip as investors. I like you guys. And I guess the rest of us, like me, we're ecosystem partners and people, friends of the ecosystem. Awesome. Because it's interesting, because when you think about the role government plays, I think in successful startups in the ecosystem, one often will default to government must give us money. And it's unfortunate because by doing that, you actually miss out the value that government can actually provide. And so, as I mentioned, the government won't build your business, though, I often go back to the stories of I hear how, it's the US government that funded the creation of like the internet and funded the creation of this, and I'm like, I'm wondering where my funding is coming from to create the next big thing from said government. But in the same vein, government does have a role to play. And so to, I guess, lean on one of my degrees that Stuart referred to, my first master's was a master's in public policy when I was in the UK. And it was very fascinating then because in my class, there were 64 of us and 36 nationalities. And just the differing experiences of people building businesses in their countries is phenomenal. And the role government plays. I mean, my gym buddy back then was the deputy minister of, what was Mir? He was deputy minister of mining and minerals of Afghanistan. And I mean, like, his perception of the world, I mean, he had good commodity money, so it's a different question altogether. But I think just how they interact with their ecosystem from a startup perspective, completely different. And you'll be surprised how even on the continent, there's certain instances where we actually are ahead of many countries around or continents around the world. And so it's easy to take that for granted. But I think government ultimately, at a base case, plays a role to create an enabling environment for businesses, which includes startups, to thrive in their economies. And one would proffer, and I see a few of my co-conspirators here for the Startup Act who would argue that in South Africa particularly, and I think same can be said for many countries across the continent, the government is hindering our ability to actually grow and scale high-value startups, unicorns, gazelles. I mean, there's so many terms going around just like, so either way, high value, high growth, high job creating startups in the ecosystem. And so when you think of that, you go from a point of where the government can be an enabler, the government can be a blocker, but there's a middle ground in between. And I think it's something which is often in the nuance when one speaks to governments. And my hope is that through the conversations we have over the coming day or two is to really unpack what does the ideal role of government look like for us as an ecosystem, being the African ecosystem, and more importantly, what does it mean for how we contribute to that particular conversation? Because the reality is, and it's something which I often contend with, so as mentioned, I advise some of our senior government officials, is the reality is, whilst startups can create lots of jobs, there are more spaza stores creating a lot more jobs than any one startup can. And I think it's something which one mustn't forget. And so by supporting startups, what are we trading off? And so for me, when you think about government and the role they can play, it really is about the enabling framework, the policy, and the various things they can do. And so, in terms of the Startup Act, and just for everyone's context, essentially the Startup Act is a working document to which you should contribute. Startupact.org, shout out. Actually, what's the URL? Can someone tell me? Is it like startupact.org or something? Someone can post it in my DMs or on the link below. I don't know how this works on stage. But if you can, put it out somewhere. But it really is about thinking, how do we create a more enabling environment for startups in the South African context, but I think it applies to many ecosystems. And I think there are a few tenets in that particular Startup Act. One is acknowledging that startups are a different breed, and therefore they require very different attention. Because the reality is many of the policies that regulate small businesses today were around before the term startup was even a thing. When pivot was something you did around a fulcrum. It was very different. And so from that perspective, the question is, how are we making sure that what regulates the ecosystem is actually up to date? I think that's a key conversation to be had. But in the same vein, it's also important to realize that a Startup Act and policy is not a panacea. It's not going to solve every single problem. It's not like, oh no, the Startup Act gets passed and everyone's going to be dancing around, going to Silicon Valley and I don't know, maybe not rands, maybe dollars in some sort of Sand Hill Road. But I think it's about saying, how do we not score own goals? How do you make it easier for us to thrive? Because the reality is, even if we may not necessarily create as many jobs as the SME on the street, the reality is the impact we have will be phenomenal both for the continent and also for the brand of the continent. Because something which I always argue about with American investors, so you'll notice from our cap table that most of our investors, actually all of our investors, are outside of Africa. Actually, that's changed recently in our last round. Shout out to Endeavor Catalyst for backing us in this last round. But the challenge we had was, early on, I was I was Marvin Lubega. I thought I'd been a good kid, I did my homework. I went to school. I even went to Sunday school. And, when I was raising my first angel round in my business, I was like, okay, fine, Marvin Lubega, went to a good school, Head Boy St. John's, IB Top 50, UCT, AXA, did actuarial science, SRC, Oxford Rhodes. I thought I was stacked up on my CV. When I came around asking my first angel check, was it not the loneliest place I've been in my life? And I was like, but guys, I've got this. And something which you discount as an entrepreneur, where the things can really be stacked up against you in your journey. And so the question is, how do you create that space where international people don't need to us crowding in the funding into our own economy, but we're actually supporting our own? And that's why I was so happy to see the entrepreneur investors, as it were, giving back to the ecosystem. And so when you think about the role we can play in the broader ecosystem, I think that's where it really gets to the tip of the spear. Because I think it's easy to say, government, cut away the red tape. But in the same vein, the question is, what can we do in our ecosystem? And so for me, what I want to, the last part of my, let's call it preamble to a longer conversation, is really speak about what can we do in this room. And there are probably three things which I want to say. And so probably traveled and worked in excess of probably 40 countries now. And the saddest thing is, our most valuable export as a continent are our people. We have some phenomenal Africans who are just crushing it around the world. You go to the US, top guys are Africans. You go to the UK, top guys are African. I was speaking to the Minister of Tourism in Panama the other day, and he was like, some amazing South Africans in Panama. I'm like, what are you doing in Panama, guys? And the reality is this, that just by staying, and I'm glad this, okay, if you're online, I know you're staying where you are, but like for those of you in the room, really glad that you guys are staying and actually involved in the ecosystem. Because, you know, the reality is, for those of you investors, you can not be here and still make money. For those of you building businesses, you could be somewhere else and still build your businesses. But you've chosen to stay and be in the ecosystem. And I think if you're a prodigal son like me and you come home, thank you for welcoming me back, by the way, it's good to always find all roads leading you home. And I think it's an important conversation to be had around how do we make people stay? Because, you know, it's really unfortunate. I had an event with a few people in the room in Rome, I think 3-4 weeks ago. And I decided to put stop in Amsterdam. And the number of young South African founders who are moving to like Amsterdam, I was like, guys, you're here too. I felt like I was in the Passion of the Christ being like et tu brute. Like I felt like someone had like somehow forgotten the value of building a business in South Africa. And that just speaks to how bad things are, where our arguably those that should be our guiding stars, our flagship entrepreneurs, are really the ones that are being forced to go elsewhere to build their businesses to create value. And the question is, by staying, what example are we setting? I'd really say, when in doubt, stay. I think whilst you can stay and your presence is valued, thank you very much, I think the other level, and number 2, is around actually engaging and getting involved in the conversations. And so right now, this does feel like a bit of a monologue, and so we'll switch it up shortly. But I think it's about engaging in meaningful conversations and not being afraid to ask the hard questions. Because, so as a startup ecosystem, Cyril Ramaphosa, South African president, invited us to a conversation about 4 weeks ago. And what I really liked about that conversation was people didn't hold back. You know, I was like, I'm going to let the first people speak and see what they say. Guys were like, Mr. President, and they just came in on all the things that they had. And I think it's important when you have the ability to show up. And don't be afraid, because what you often realize is you think you're struggling alone with whatever issue it is. But you know, there's something that is actually endemic in the whole ecosystem. And I think by uniting our voices, hence this conversation, we're able to actually have a greater impact. I think the final one, by being present and actually being part of the conversation, the best thing you can do to grow the ecosystem and let's say to cut said red tape is to build. And whether that's building a fund, whether that's building a business, whether that's building your venture vehicle that supports the ecosystem, just by you building, your example goes a long way to actually help aid the ecosystem. Something which I used to discount, probably imposter syndrome, was so we did Y Combinator, Tech Incubator, Airbnb, Dropbox, Peter Thiel, very awesome people. I remember our year, 2015, there was a company, and these guys were nowhere. I mean, we had more revenue than them coming into, like, I think it was like YC at the outset. And then 18 months later, they sold to General Electric for $1.2 billion. And I was like, but like, we're in the same WhatsApp group, and then you just like left me. And it's easy to feel like because you're going on your journey, and look, so they essentially got unicorn, whatever, in like 1 year. We got then like 6 or 7. And the reality is, what one realized was that you often will think that where you are isn't significant enough, but in the same vein, your journey, your experience is valid. And I think just by telling your story of raising a fund, of building a business, of supporting the ecosystem, will actually help others to also come on that bandwagon. Because you want people to say like, look, I know someone who's done X, I know someone who's done Y, and therefore for people not in the ecosystem, it becomes more real for them. And so ultimately it comes down to how can we, through our actions, conversations, and presence, be the change you want to see, and ultimately cut the red tape together, whether it is a ribbon or otherwise. But to be metaphorical, because my institute would back me in this, is if you think about cutting red tape on any sort of building or any sort of, let's say, announcement, cutting the red tape is often only the beginning of, let's say, cutting the red tape on a hospital or on a new office. And so as we cut the red tape, whilst it's a milestone, I think it's important for us not to forget that it's only the beginning of the work we have to do once that tape is cut and building the ecosystem. And so on that note, I want to drop the mic, but it's attached to my face via sticky tape. And so I want to pause here. First of all, say thank you very much. And then I know we have some time for questions. I'm getting a nod. I don't know if that's to me or to Christoph. It's to me. That we can take. Awesome. So we can then have some questions. Anything goes, but thank you very much.
Ladies and gents, thank you, Melvin. Amazing insights over there, and the mic is available to whoever's got questions. Let me start right in the front over here. Yes, please, your name.
Thank you very much for a powerful presentation. My name is Cindy Mza, the president for the Circle of Global Business Women. This is quite exciting for us as women. I think, as you know as well, if you look at the World Bank and the WTO report, it has actually came out very strongly on digital economy just after COVID. But the role of women as well is very important. How do we make sure that women take their rightful position in the digital space? Because I'm sure, my brother, you know, we've been discussing this for quite some time. Yeah. There's accelerated automation that has made women to be so scared of using technology because of COVID, because what has happened, COVID has actually made women to actually go to the digital marketing, do their presentations on Zoom, and just like me, when we started COVID, I was so scared of using Zoom. I was so scared of using, the Teams, but today, I tell you, I'm an expert because I kept on doing it now and again until I perfected myself. Yeah. So now, what do we do about those women, but also on the fourth industrial revolution? In South Africa, in Africa, we still have women that are still sitting on the second and third in rural areas. And how do we push these women? Because this is the future as we speak, but also the African future is youth. And how do you make sure that young people take their rightful position in the marketplace? I love the presentation, but please help us as women and young people.
Thank you very much for that. It was interesting when you said you're good at teams, and she was like, yes, she is. I was thinking if there was like a company teams group where someone was like going between the red and the green. I'll get to your question, but like when your team status goes from red to green or offline, it's like, he's slacking? He's not by his computer. And so I've got trauma in that regard because of my team's link there. But, your point's an question, your point's a very valid one. And I think the question is, how do we, and I think, now I say we, not even like how do we create opportunities, one, for more inclusion in the ecosystem more broadly, but I think to your point, a real focus on women. And something which I really like about the South African context, where our last two ministers of digital technologies and communications have been women. And something that's close to their hearts is the importance of how do you bring up women entrepreneurs in the ecosystem. And there's some phenomenal stories, which, maybe it's a plug for next year's conference. There's a friend who essentially, her name's Nadia Masaji, and essentially she created an entity where she incubates and accelerates women in STEM and women in tech. And I think, the work she does is phenomenal. But the reality is, what are we doing to enable more of that to take place? Because the reality is, it is difficult. I could tell you my stories of being, a young black founder with a funny African accent in Silicon Valley. Add a woman to that, and I wasn't getting my safe signed. And I think it's something which one takes for granted. And I think there's a lot that can be done, but I think it starts by sharing those stories of success. Because the reality is, they are phenomenal. Funny enough, probably one of the first, good point, one of the first angel investors on our cap table was a classmate of mine from Oxford, a young Ghanaian girl who is crushing it at MIT. But I think and she on her own right is phenomenal. But I think often there's silent voices of women who are doing very well in tech that aren't being aired. And I think there's something to be said there. And I think this is where the platform should be laid. But I think it is about sharing those examples and being the change you want to see. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you so much for that, Marvin. I'm Daniel Novitskas, Managing Director of Specno. So also congrats on the unicorn status and for getting into YC. Amazing example. One of the things that I sort of wanted to know is your view on building executive teams from high growth companies in other parts of the world. See, you can build a billion-dollar company in Africa, but I think we're relatively limited in the access to experienced executives in our continent and people who've gone through that high growth before. So just trying to understand how you complement your team with people who don't have the context of our continent.
Yeah. And it's a very valid point, something which we experienced because in our founding team, all of us at the time were under the age of 25, and only big business I built was my tuck shop in high school. And so I completely get that. And I think it's one of those things where, again, it's not only getting someone who's been there and done that, because back then now, that's changed a lot now. The biggest challenge I had in building our business was even beyond finding employees, finding early stage investors in Africa that actually built tech businesses was hard. And I think now when you're going a permutation below that, finding them as executives during your team is trickier. And so what worked fairly well for us ultimately was trying to leverage our networks to try to get to those people. Because the reality is no one's going to understand South Africa better than those on the continent, as an example. And I think for us, the key thing was, one, how do you find people who have domain expertise? And how do we upskill them on the local context? And that was a journey we've gone on with a lot of our executives in the business today, because we operate in over 29 countries. And so the reality is that there's some nuances there, because you can't be so arrogant to believe that because you're crushing it in Australia and the US, you're going to walk into Ghana tomorrow and be like, I want to take this out. And so for us, it was trying to bring those best of breed and ultimately building teams with expertise as opposed to individuals. Because by having individuals, there's a risk there, but in the same vein, they won't necessarily meet the full need. And so happy to chat offline about some of the strategies we use to do that for our business. But I definitely found that it's a key one, because the reality is, if you look at our exec today and some of the most senior guys that aren't founders in the team, all of them have actually built bigger businesses than we have. And I think that's so important to have. So I'm a big fan of paying school fees, but paying new school fees that somebody else has already paid them is always a good arbitrage. Yeah.
Hi, thank you so much for the talk. So I'm Joseph from 123 Tutors. So I have two questions, right? The first one, I also have an actuarial science background, but I left to pursue the business.
Oh, cheer. This guy's playing with my heart. Okay, yes.
So I want to know, obviously, because the better I have in my mind is should I go back, right? Looking obviously at the skills that will acquire by the end of the degree. And the second one as well is how do you pick a path that leads to a unicorn? Or how do you determine that the business you're actually on has the potential to lead to a unicorn, whether it takes a year or 7 years or whatever the time may be?
Yeah. So two important questions, and I mean, again, I'm sharing from my own experiences here, because something which I challenge with is like, a lot of my friends are like, now like actuaries in big companies, and they invite me for golf every day. I'm like, but guys, who's working if you're always playing golf? And so there's an arbitrage there to be had. But I think for me, it's about saying, does finishing your degree, whatever it is, actuarial science or otherwise, further your professional objectives? Because for me, the big thing was, in the actuarial science profession, is having done the degrees, the qualifications, the certifications. My question was, do I go practice as an actuary? And the reality is, given what I wanted to achieve professionally, my time could be better spent elsewhere in terms of building out the business. But I think it's a choice you have to make. For example, if you want to, I don't know, end up owning an insurance company and do really cool things, it could be very valuable. But in the exact same vein, like the arguably Midas Touch winner multiple years in a time, one of the best VC investors, Roloff Botha, happens to be a South African, was an actuary who went to UCT. And so don't ever let your starting point or degree limit what you can do, because the reality is the actual qualification is respected. And something I think many of us often forget in our journeys is the role that your attributes play. So you will discount that you went to a good university, or you happen to be from South Africa as opposed to somewhere else. And all of that, even in a small way, will help you there. And so I wouldn't discount that by being an actuary. Maybe someone said, fine, we'll give that guy a second chance because he came to the meeting wearing a bow tie. We don't know. But I think it's important to not discount that. So I really can't answer the question. It's more so what you're looking and building. But I think on the second point around, I guess if I have the memory to be a unicorn, then I'm also signing up for that one. So all I can do is share from my reflections. And the reality is this. It's almost common sense in that the size of your business is constrained by the size of the problem you're solving. And so the reality is, if you are solving a small, localized problem, you can't expect to create a business of significant value or at unicorn status. And so for us, really look, in the online learning space, professional learning, it's a $100 billion, multi-billion dollar space. And so we're just a small sliver of that. And so by us having an ambition to solve a global problem at scale, it's given us the runway both to execute and grow, and we've grown very aggressively, but also to get partners, whether that's employees, whether that's clients, whether that's investors, on that journey. And so my only qualm would be, or advice would be, whether you're building a big business or a small business, it's going to be hard. You're going to have sleepless nights. So you might as well just build a big business anyway and have a bigger impact.
Hi, Marvin. My name is Sebastian,
Hey, Sebastian.
from Redemptive Capital, early stage vehicle here in South Africa. I just want to ask you, you touched on it, but I think you'd be the perfect person to ask with your practical experience. In a practical sense, what are the exact ways that the government is currently inhibiting or limiting the startup space or the ecosystem So besides the red tape, what would be the practical red tapes that need to be cut or that need to change?
Yeah. And now I feel like the government elections are over now, and I'm going to get recalled to Latuli House for my comments here. But I think ultimately it's also, it's almost like unintentional consequences of policy that wasn't built for startup ecosystem. And so the example I gave, for example, if you raise capital as a young black entrepreneur and all of a sudden you're no longer BE status, you lose your contracts with some of your bigger corporates, it's something that's very real. But I'll give you maybe 3 practical examples. So one is, now we're getting deep into so for example, if you're South African, you're doing well, you're crushing it, you want to expand globally, and say like, look, I'm going to go set up an office in the Bahamas because it's a very compelling SaaS market to build things in. And so if you want to do that, the ex-con controls of actually being able to take money out and do that in South Africa is very difficult. So even if you are winning and you want to go international, it's very tricky. Like, it's so difficult. I think on another level, and something which I always encounter when I speak to international guys saying, guys, let's do more in Africa, let's club in, is if you put money in South Africa as an investor, international investor, it's hard to get your money out. And so therefore people just don't want to put their money in. And it comes down to IP protections. And so, for example, good example. So let's say most guys I know who are very, very valuable businesses typically at some point try to look about taking their IP abroad, as an example, because better jurisdictions, access to capital, everything else. The reality is, by you taking your capital abroad, that capital gains tax that you may incur is not deferred. So you're running around saying like, yes, I just signed a term sheet at X million dollars, and you're like, yes, we see you, celebrate that. And then you try to roll that up into another entity abroad, and all of a sudden, you're paying capital gains on a paper number that someone just happened to write on a 2-page say from Y Combinator. And I think that already limits your ability to think about how do I go global and put my IP in a place where it matters. And so it's those small things which they have good reason to be in place, but ultimately hinder high-growth startups in their ability to grow and scale and ultimately compete in a global village.
Okay, we're going to leave it over there. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Mr. Melvin Lebega. Thank you, sir.
Good, sir. Thank you very much.
One of your partners is a accountant. Accountant. Yes.
No. Medical doctor. Lawyer.
A medical doctor, a lawyer.
Yes, an economist and
I was trying to picture a scene. I just heard this very poignant story about an actuary and an accountant and a lawyer who were discussing the merits of having a wife or a girlfriend.
Okay, this is getting
and
interesting.
The accountant said it's probably a girlfriend is better, because for tax reasons. And the lawyer said a wife is better for legal reasons.
So wait.
And the actuary said you must have a wife and a girlfriend.
So wait, Stuart, did the people actually play the music at the time you're getting to the punchline? Because they were like, this is getting awkward.
It is very awkward.
Guys are savage at the back.
So the actuary said, no, you've got to have a wife and a girlfriend because the wife will think you were the girlfriend will think you are the wife, meanwhile, you can be at the office. So, you're right, eh? You're right. We just shouldn't do the joke. The joke's... It was Nick's joke he gave me, ladies and gentlemen, and it was a dare. I had to tell it. Nick, I'm not following your advice. Ladies and gents, we're going to move on to our next speaker. Please, one more time, a round of applause. Melvin Lebega, such amazing insights. Melvin, I'm sure will be hanging around for the rest of the day, and if you want to have any of those other questions, please do corner him. I'm going to bring up a gentleman that I got to meet last year, one of the most exciting speakers I got to listen to last year. You want to talk about passion. He is the managing partner at Launch Africa Ventures, which is the leading seed stage VC fund in Africa, as well as the co-founder and chief investment officer of Startup Bootcamp Africa, which is the leading multi-corporate backed venture accelerator program in Africa. In 2013, he founded Cactus Advisors, which is a specialist corporate finance advisory firm and micro VC fund that has advised and invested in 50 plus of Africa's top tech ventures, including Flutterware, Kuda Bank, Mpost, Peach Payments, Ricomed, and several others. He was co-featured on the cover of Fast Company Africa in May 2018, Destiny Man magazine in November 2019, and in December of 2019, he was recognized as one of the top 10 most influential people in technology in Africa. In January of 2020, he was listed as one of the top 4 movers and shapers of technology in Africa by a prestigious French business daily. He was formerly the head of Africa Investments for Ustart, the largest network of private multifamily offices in Europe. Prior to moving to South Africa, he was an investment banker on Wall Street, covering M&A, corporate financial strategy, and risk management at Lehman Brothers and Barclays Capital. He's got a master's degree in finance and management from Stanford University and a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering from the Indian Institute of Technology. I won't tell you about what he does over the weekends, but you can find evidence on Spotify and iTunes. He's your next speaker, ladies and gentlemen. He's going to chat to you about investment in early stage Africa. Make you feel welcome, Mr. Zach George.
Good morning, good morning. Thank you for that very, very long introduction. I had no idea they'd say so much about this. I'm privileged to speak after Melvin Lubega, who's one of my favorite founders. I love the fact that he's an actuary, because I'm going to start with a quote that actuarial scientists would love. So about 17 years ago, I'm giving away my age here, I was at the backbench of the Stanford Business School. And there was a professor who's now a leading venture capitalist, and he was talking about the concept of risk. And actuarial scientists will love this. And he said something that shook the core of my being, and what he said was as follows. He said, the greatest risk of all is a risk of not doing what you want on the bet that you can buy yourself the time and the freedom to do it later. Right? Just pause for a second and think of if you're a founder, if you're an investor, you're an entrepreneur, you work at a corporate, do you truly love what you're doing, or are you saving time and money to eventually do it at some point in your life? And this happened 17 years ago, and it's to a large extent shaped what I currently do with our team and our networks, and what eventually prompted me to move from California to New York to now the tip of Africa. And I've been here for the last 11 years. So it's this concept of doing what you love and not buying yourself time to eventually do it later. So why am I here at the tip of Africa working with some incredible entrepreneurs that we hope can change the future of tech and impact-driven enterprises? It's one important reason is this chart you see above, right? So currently Africa accounts for about 1.4 billion people, give or take a few hundred million. But in the next 60 to 70 years, you're going to see Asia sort of flatline by 2050. Europe, North America, Latin America are pretty much blips on the radar. Their populations are declining or at best sort of flatlining. And you're going to have 1 in 3 people on the continent, in the world, living in Africa over the next 60 to 70 years. So that's either a massive infrastructural challenge, or it's an opportunity the size of which cannot even be described on a slide. So think of all the challenges that we face globally with transportation, mobility, healthcare, education, the list is endless. And think of all the ways we currently solve it. Building more schools, building more hospitals, constructing more dams, building more roads. Or you use technology to solve these problems, right? Through telemedicine, through cloud computing, through IoT services, through drones, through AI. And that's where, my friends, the biggest opportunity on the continent is the ability for African entrepreneurs to use technology to not just solve nice-to-have problems that we see in the Valley or in New York or in Western Europe, but to solve real problems. And that's the reason why 11 years ago we set up shop here in the tip of Africa, and we built one of the largest accelerators. My co-founder, Philip, the tall American at the back, is sitting right there. He built this with us. And we've now become one of the most prestigious accelerators that helps African entrepreneurs to realize their goals of making a sustainable change, but using market-creating innovation. So, some numbers here, because it's important to lay the context. When I came to South Africa in 2010 to watch some football, I had no idea that the size of the venture capital opportunity in the continent would reach where it is today. As little as 10 years ago, there was only $20 million of venture funding on the entire continent of Africa. $20 million for the whole of Africa in 2010, 2011. That is the size of the number of deals happening on Market Street in San Francisco on a Tuesday morning. And that was the whole venture industry in Africa for the whole year, 2010, 2011. Today, we're on track to hit or to cross $4 billion in funding on the continent of Africa. So in 9 to 10 years, we've grown by 200x, 20,000%, which is by far the fastest growing region in the world from a VC perspective. So, not only has the size of opportunities increased, the number of companies raising money, the number of funding rounds per region, the size of each round. And although I'm not here to talk about unicorns, I leave that to my daughter. She's 8 and she loves unicorns, real unicorns. Real? Yeah, real fake unicorns. The fact that we had, how privileged were we to speak to one of 11 unicorn founders in Africa in the flesh, Melvin. But 2 years ago, there were precisely 0 companies in Africa that had $1 billion valuation or more. And 2 years later, despite the COVID pandemic, we've got 11. And my bet is we're probably going to be at about 30 by the end of next year, just given where the line of sight is from a tech growth perspective. One of the most important things that gives me a lot of hope for the future is the fact that not only do we have international VCs participating in funding rounds in Africa. In 2019, we had about 200 active VCs investing on the continent. We're now sitting at more than 600 VCs. And it's split between international VCs and VCs on the continent. And what you've seen lately is, whereas as little as 2 years ago, most funding happened at the Series B and Series C level, you're now seeing a lot of VCs, including some big names like Sequoia and Tiger and Accel and Target, play in the early stages. And there is a significant, I used to work on Wall Street, so I still use terms like arbitrage because I love it. You can take a person out of Wall Street, but you can't take Wall Street out of a person. And there's a significant arbitrage today at the seed stage in Africa where you have founders that have really cool pieces of technology that solve real-world problems, but there is this sort of emerging market discount where pre-Series A valuations are all sub $10 million, which I think is probably fair, but a lot of valuations in Europe and North America tend to be much, much higher than that. So you see this equalization of valuations happening at Series A and Series B, but it's still taking a while in Africa. But just the pure interest on the continent is a sign of how big this industry could be. And everyone in this room, as a founder, should tap into that. A lot of people ask me, why Cape Town? Why Nairobi? Why Lagos? What makes a city a key deciding factor in where you set up your next company? How many of you are founders here, by the way? Quite a few? Okay. One of the most important decisions you will ever make as a founder is where you run your primary operations. And that's why I want to spend a few minutes talking about what makes a particular city a hotbed for innovation. So what's interesting is, why is San Francisco so incredible from a tech investing standpoint, but not LA? They're just a few hundred kilometers apart, right? Why Austin but not Dallas? Why Cape Town but not Johannesburg? Sorry, Joe Burgers. Why Bangalore but not Mumbai? Have you ever wondered why certain cities just suddenly have all the best startups and the best tech, the best innovation, and the best source of investment? It's because of 4 or 5 factors that we've researched over the last few years. And why is this important? Because if you're a founder and you happen to be running a business in a city that is not the epicenter of innovation, look at pivoting and moving to a different city. So your expansion strategy has to follow a set of key principles. Number 1 is cities that have a good mix of developers, designers, engineers, software architects, but also sub-industries like marketing, design, digital agencies, and things that are conducive to creating a culture of tech innovation. Are you kidding me? 10 minutes? I've just gotten started. Fuck. Okay. You find that in Cape Town. You find that in Tel Aviv. You find it in Berlin. You find it in Austin. Right, so think about that. Number 2 is risk capital, not just capital. There are lots of places in the world that have a lot of money. Monaco, Tokyo, Seoul, right? But when it comes to risk capital, you got to look at places that have the right attitude to risk. What does that mean? You want to be in a city that has a concept of capital creation, not just capital preservation, which is unfortunately, and it's changing, where South Africa has been for many years. So there are lots of very wealthy families and foundations and businesses in this country, but they tend to want to protect capital versus create capital, which is why all the ridiculously wealthy people in South Africa tend to be males in their 60s and 70s. But in Silicon Valley, most people are in their late 20s to early 30s because the attitude towards risk is more important than just capital. So you want to always look at scaling your business into a region where the attitude to risk capital is right. Number 3 is how do startups collaborate with large corporates? And why is this important? Because in a market like Africa, the most important factor to scaling a business is how you minimize your cost of acquiring customers. Now, you could be in San Francisco and you have a stupid idea that is a nice to have, and you can raise money to fund customer acquisition. Unfortunately, you can't do that in Nairobi or Lagos or Kampala. So the quickest way to grow your customer base is to work with large corporates. And that's where insurance companies, banks, retailers, and telcos are super important because they control 2 big things, and they both start with the letter D. It's data and distribution. And the moment that you can figure out how to run a successful pilot or a proof of concept, often called a POC, you reduce the time and effort and money it takes to acquire customers. Remember, stickiness of revenue and stickiness of customers often determines your success as a startup. And related to that is this concept of revenue stickiness. I'll talk about it in the next slide. And then the last couple of things, accelerators, incubators, needs no introduction. Accelerators are super important in creating fundable, investable companies. We've got several world-class accelerators. Philip and I started the first one in Africa, Startup Bootcamp, but you've got YC, Techstars, Founders Factory, Plug and Play, etc. And then someone mentioned about government support. Government should be an enabler, not an interferer. So red carpet versus red tape kind of thing. So tax subsidies and R&D grants is where government should really play. A couple of points here. I mentioned earlier B2B versus B2C. If you're a founder here, look at how you can share revenue, either through licenses, through joint ventures, through revenue sharing agreements with large corporates. And who do you work with? You want to work with insurers, you want to work with banks, you want to work with telcos. But you have to lay out very clearly up front what's in it for them. If you have this mentality of take, no one's going to listen to you. So you got to go to an MTN, a Vodacom, a Sunlum, a Take-A-Lot, or whoever you were, or Naspers, and say, this is how we can add value. Because a lot of corporates struggle with innovation. They cannot innovate quickly and efficiently enough to keep up with the change in their end users. But guess who can do that? You guys as startups. It's a whole lean startup design thinking concept. So this marriage between corporates and startups, where you have innovation driven by founders and distribution and access to consumers driven by corporates. Every major, not just unicorn, but successful African tech startup, from Andela to Flutterwave to Fowry in Egypt to Melvin's company, GoOne, all of them are either B2B or B2B2C startups. There isn't a single purely B2C business model driven startup in Africa. And it's highly unlikely that will change for the next decade. The other thing that's very important to understand is this concept of price elasticity, right? So when I grew up in the 80s and 90s, if you wanted to be a successful company, you either had to compete on price, so you were the cheapest version of something, product or service, or you were the best version of something. So you essentially have this very linear price quality axis, right? What's happened over the last decade? That's been completely taken out into the trash can because of two other things. And this is super important for founders. Because of the concept of the gig economy, the sharing economy, the concept of marketplaces, and the world we live in today, driven by folks like Uber, Airbnb, Dropbox, etc., and Lyft, it's about how convenient can you make someone's life and how much time can you save them. So think of all the really highly valued companies today, Tesla, Uber, Twitter, I can go on forever. They save people time, which makes them less sensitive to price, or they make their lives more convenient, which makes them less sensitive to quality, right? And when you as a founder start to think like a customer, you can shorten the gap it takes to success. Super important thing. Another really important point, how many of you have read the classic Animal Farm, George Orwell? All animals are equal, but some animals are more equal. Love that book. It's the same thing with revenue. You as a founder will think, gosh, I'm making $50,000 in revenue this month. I must be worth X. Sorry to burst your bubble. All revenues are equal, but some revenues are more equal. So what's the pecking order? Subscription revenue, recurring revenue through subscriptions, especially the ones where you don't have penalties. Sorry, where you have penalties for dropping off. Who does that really well? Adobe as an example, right? Try buying an Adobe product and cancel after 2 months and see what happens on your credit card statement. Right? You get billed for the whole year. A lot of companies do that very well. Subscription revenue without penalties. Netflix, Spotify. A lot of founders don't have SaaS revenue, right? The second most important revenue is transaction-driven revenue. So you have a gross transaction volume, and you charge a particular percentage of that as your transaction cost. A lot of fintechs have that. Number 3, you have commission or fee-based revenues that aren't linked to volume, but you pay a monthly fee for it. And then at the very bottom of that totem pole, you have consulting revenue, which, by the way, is what keeps most startups alive. But it's the most useless revenue from an investor standpoint. And smart, savvy investors will always pay you different multiples for different types of revenue. So you can't fool VCs. You might be able to fool a few angels, but fooling a good VC, good luck. So when you build your business case, really try to understand how can I create multiple lines of revenue into the future. And you could have different revenue models for different countries. What are some of the things that we look for when investing in tech companies? I'm going to have 5 minutes more, so I'm going to have to hurry through this. Team, super important. As founders, stop being cocky, stop being arrogant. Your VCs probably know more about your industry than you do. right? Because we see hundreds of pitch decks. Just be humble, be assertive, but not arrogant, right? I'm going to stop there. TAM, total addressable market. If you're not in a market that can get to at least $100 million worth of TAM within 3 years, don't even bother coming to a VC. VCs look at big TAM opportunities. Traction. It's hard to talk about this because it varies from industry to industry, but if you're doing close to $100,000 in monthly recurring revenue, you're probably ready for a Series A. Anything beyond that, don't talk about a Series A. You're just going to get shat on, right? Technology, always, if you're a South African, Nigerian, Ghanaian, if you're an African tech company, move your IP overseas as soon as possible. You heard Melvin talk about that. Preferably the US, the UK, Singapore, sometimes BVI, or a Dutch BV. Can I have 2 minutes more, please, por favor? Right, I'm going to skip through some of this. Unit economics, I'm trying to just drop a few points here that you can get. If you're a founder and you're pitching to a VC, you got to really understand that no one fucking cares about your financial model because it's going to be wrong, right? Just some hard truths, right? If you go back, if you're a Series B company right now and you looked at your financial model 5 years ago, and if you were within 5% of your projections, I will literally drop some money right now because your projections are almost always off, right? On the good side or the bad side, right? So what do VCs really look for? They look at unit economics, right? So what are some of the things good VCs? There are some crap VCs out there that will ask you about your EBITDA and your break-evens. Don't talk to them, please. They don't know what they're doing, right? So what's really important for us as good VCs, your lifetime value to your cost of customer acquisition. I don't have time, so I'm going to skip through these. Keep it as high as possible, over 4, right? EBITDA margins, as useless as they are, where they are important is to look at how your EBITDA margin becomes less and less negative over a period of time. So it's your EBITDA margin versus growth that good VCs will look at. Keep your growth to churn ratio as high as possible. So we have a lot of startups that are B2C companies that show us incredible growth. I have so many users, I have X number of downloads, but it's like a leaking bucket. The bucket's got a lot of water, but it's always leaking. So high growth by itself means nothing if your growth to churn ratio is not high. And last but not least, your virality, which is a relatively new concept in this space because of what we've seen in the last couple of years, is the moment you get a customer, how viral can that customer create your product or service to their network? And how do you incentivize those customers to be the biggest brand ambassadors for you? So it's a viral coefficient, and for every customer that they refer, how many convert? That ratio is super, and the number of startups that look at this is so low because all they focus on is profitability in year 6.5, which is irrelevant in this industry, especially the early stage market. So what do? We are Launch Africa. We're one of the top seed and early stage VC funds on the continent. We're a $25 million fund. We've done 73 investments across Africa. We've deployed $15 million into several companies here. I have to leave soon, so I can't talk about some of them, but these are incredible companies from Tunisia, Egypt, all the way down to South Africa. We've even done deals in Zimbabwe and Mozambique and Madagascar. Truly incredible companies solving real-world problems and smart capital. All our investors are individuals like yourselves from all across the world. Smart money going into smart businesses, and we are changing the way the traditional 220 private equity model has filtered down to VC. Happy to talk to folks here that are interested about that later. We do most of our deals from world-class accelerators like Startup Bootcamp, like YC, etc., and happy to talk about that. Last slide, I know, Katie, thank you, is valuations. People get gung-ho about valuations. People assume that the longer you've been around, the more your valuation is, I love this. I received the term sheet from Sequoia. I received a term sheet from Tiger. I'm valued at X. Your true valuation is not a function of how long you've been around or how much funding you raised. Your true valuation is a function of validation, which is product market fit. And that is measured either through revenue, through sales, through transaction volume, through customers, you name it. Because a lot of startups that have raised a ton of money have gone crash, boom, bang a few years later, right? And some startups that have had almost no time in existence but found the right product market fit have gotten fair valuation. So, right. And remember, as a founder, my favorite quote from this great man: it always seems impossible until it gets done. So happy to talk to you guys later, but thank you for listening.
Yes, indeed. One more big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Zach George. Thank you, sir.
We have time for questions.
We do have time for a couple of questions. We've got a hand shooting up right at the back over there, and there's a lady with a mic.
Hi, thanks. Can you all hear me? Okay, thank you very much for that, Zach. That was a great speech. You detailed 5 points on an expansion strategy for today. With the new world of online working, that expansion strategy focuses on being in the right place geographically. Do you think that the online world and the capabilities that that now affords us will reduce the necessity of expanding geographically, and you can just operate as well as you used to be able to just online now?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, you could, but at the end of the day, remember, if your business is in Africa, if you're going D2C or B2C, you're still spending a ton of money on acquiring customers. And there's a limit to how much customers you can acquire through influencers. I'm sorry, I had to say that. Don't particularly like them. But true, I mean, just literally look at the facts. Look at the top 10 or 20 most valued African tech startups. They all work with telcos, with insurers, with banks, with retailers, with tech firms. You have to have a strong ground game. And it does not mean that you have to physically go and now hire an entire team in Kenya or in Uganda or in Rwanda and start a physical office. But you have to have partners. You've got to have ambassadors. You have to work with local teams on the ground. It could be a satellite office, it could be a branch, but there's nothing better than a strong ground game when it comes to scaling. And that, by the way, that ground game could be, the majority of marketing costs could be online, fair enough. But nothing replaces you having relationships with B2B players on the ground. And there are smart ways of doing it without having to actually go and hire staff. That's why working with operators on the ground helps. MTNs, your Vodacoms, the telcos very powerful in East Africa. Insurance companies very powerful in Southern Africa. Banks and lenders very powerful in West Africa. The informal supply chain economy very powerful in North Africa, especially Egypt. Just keep those in mind, and yeah, very, very useful tips. Anything else? Yep.
We'll just wait for the mic.
Cool, thanks for that, Zach. So earlier you mentioned the fact that pre- or seed companies in Africa typically have lower valuations, and you also mentioned that different revenue models have different multipliers. Could you maybe speak openly to sort of how you evaluate early stage companies and what those multipliers look like in a South African context?
I'm not going to speak in a South African context because it's a very, very, very small market, and honestly, VCs won't invest in purely global VCs will not invest in South African companies unless they have a global market. But, without someone putting a gun to my head, if you're a business in a very high total addressable market, so for example, if you're in the payment space, but specifically payments infrastructure, like a Flutterwave or a Paystack or a Paga, etc., that has pan-African operations, you can get multiples of north of 20x annual recurring revenue. And this is based on actual transactions that have happened. If you're an ed tech in South Africa, you might not get such a high multiple. It'll probably be between 3 and 5 times revenue. But again, so the best way to look at it is to sort of triangulate between total recurring revenue, often called ARR, annual recurring revenue, GMV, which is your gross monthly transaction volume, if you're an e-commerce or a supply chain logistics business, a multiple of that, usually between 1 and 2 times annual transaction volume is a good benchmark. And then number of users, if you're a B2C or B2B2C business, but not just users, it's monthly active users. So usually what good VCs will do is triangulate between the 3 and come to a valuation that makes sense, and then compare that with comparable transactions that have happened in the recent past. And I won't lie, there is always a premium if your core market is in one of Nigeria, Kenya, Egypt, or South Africa, right? And there is a slight premium if you've gone to Startup Bootcamp or YC or Techstars. Why? It's not a hype. It's just because the amount of time it takes for you to learn basic concepts and not... So basically, it's paying for your school fees. If you've gone through Startup Bootcamp or YC, chances are your legals are in perfect shape, your tech is clean because you've got AWS or Google that's gone through it, your operations, your HR systems, your CRM systems are top place. So accelerators have a premium. And people joke about it, but there's a reason why accelerators have a premium for their portfolio companies. Those are some of the metrics.
Okay, I think we've got time for one more question. Lady in the white t-shirt.
Only tough questions, easy questions. Oh, tough questions, please. Hey, Joss.
Hi, Zach. So I think you mentioned IP, and you also mentioned the issue of having seen about 100 pitch decks in a year. And
no, it's more like 1,000. 100 per month, maybe.
Okay, so my question is maybe mostly for founders. Those pitch decks you see, IP component, how similar are they on slides and everything? I'm sure there has been some controversy in Nigeria around this same issue. As a VC, what's your advice towards sharing information and your slides to multiple VCs at once?
It's a tough one. First of all, I think NDAs are like dinosaurs, so don't even ask for an NDA. You're just going to literally lose out on a lot of VCs. Most good VCs will never sign an NDA. That's one. Number two, you've probably seen this idea versus implementation multiplier. It's been around for a long time. Ideas mean nothing at this stage, right? So if you're not willing to share your business model, your revenue model, and your way of attaining a certain transaction volume and revenue, sadly, it's the first to market. It's whoever implements the best, right? So there's very little you can do to protect your IP. And again, I'm going to throw it back at the audience. What exactly is IP? Right? I mean, unless you're a biotech firm making a drug, or you are, a sensor using particular technology that's hard to replicate, there isn't much IP to be worried about. So you can go and sue all you want in courts, and the only folks that'll make money are lawyers, right? So, short answer, VCs get to see hundreds of pitch decks. You got to be very circumspect as a founder to not bullshit your VCs about your position in the market. The example I give is, if everyone says, I'm taking 10% of a market and there are 100 companies out there, something doesn't seem right. Work the math out, right? So, you just have to be open and transparent, and believe that the more open and transparent and real you are as a founder, the more likely a VC will have a personal relationship with you and understand that you're real and you're ready to go to work. Trying to be protective about what you do is only going to hurt you, in our opinion. Great.
Okay, that's what we'll call it.
Thank you, everyone.
Now.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. George, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
We do appreciate your insights. We're going to move on very, very swiftly with the panel discussion right now. After the panel discussion, again, there will be an opportunity for a bit of a Q&A.
Next.
But a truly interesting topic, and I think Melvin did touch on it a little bit, but hopefully we get to delve into it a bit more as we discuss whether entrepreneurs in fact need government help. So I think our panel is just being set up over there. I'm going to ask our panelists to please make their way to this to the front of here, and let me start, of course, with our moderator, Matsimo Dise. If you'd please step up over here. Oh, there's a step. Yes, much better. Matsi Budisi, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. Who's going to be moderating? Joined by Karine. Baba's here? Yes. No. You can step up, please, Karine. Baba's here is here. Aziza Inoble is here as well. And Zulay Firan comes to the front over here. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please get a massive round of applause for our panel over here? Ladies, take it away.
Hello. How's everybody feeling? Good. Well, I'm feeling great because I feel like I'm having tea with the ladies this morning. Well, welcome to this wonderful and interesting panel discussion. My name is Matsi Modise. I wear a lot of hats. That's why I'm quite excited to be having this conversation, because I'm an entrepreneur, founder of some technology businesses. I am an investor in technology business, and I'm also an ecosystem player. So I call myself an entrepreneurship activist. Do a lot of work around policy reform in South Africa so that we can create an enabling environment for high growth, high impact entrepreneurs to thrive. So I'm super excited to be sitting with these wonderful, wonderful humans that are passionate about everything that they do. And the question we're going to ask is, do entrepreneurs really need the government's help? I'm sure we all have our views, our opinions. We'll definitely have an opportunity to share that during the Q&A. But before I start, let me introduce my wonderful powwow lady panel. We have Karine Vavassier from DER. I hope I said that correctly. Can we give her a warm hand of applause?
Thank you.
We have Zulay, like souffle. She had to remind me how to pronounce her name. And she's from Locum Base. That's her company. Can we give her a warm hand of applause? And then we have our sister, Aziza, from Tunisia.
Yes.
I had the proud honor and pleasure of meeting her a few weeks ago in Tunis, and very, very excited. And she's from Expertise France. Welcome, ladies.
Thank you.
So just tell us a little bit about yourselves. I'm not going to read your very, very long, bios, because you are exceptional humans. You've done amazing things. You're passionate. But tell us about yourselves, your organizations, and the roles that they play within the ecosystem. I'll start with you.
Thank you. Really happy to be sharing this panel with amazing ladies.
Mm-hmm.
So, to say a bit more about myself. So I was born in Senegal, and I grew up in France. So I have my father who's French and my mother who's Senegalese. But really soon, when I was in France, I knew that at some point I would be going back to the country. And at least I was thinking at the time to Africa, and I didn't know yet exactly where, but I thought a lot of Senegal because I was coming a lot to Senegal on vacation, but also to do some internships. And 8 years ago, I decided to come back to the country, to my homeland. This is where I joined, indeed, first the government, but I had a first experience that was not that amazing, to be honest. So after 1 year in the government, I decided to go the other side and join an incubator. And this is where I really discovered startups. So I was working for CTIC Dakar, which is the first Western African Francophone incubator that was born in 2011. And I've been there for 3 years supporting startups, doing business development, bringing them support in also organizing some international programs like acceleration we discussed before. And then I decided to go and be myself in a startup. So I was in a startup for 3 years before I joined again the government, but this time with the DARE, which is a government agency, but with a lot of specificities that made me want to go back to the government because, as I said, I had a third experience that was not so amazing. But there, basically what we do is that we bring support to entrepreneurs, making sure that they can get access to the type of funding they would not easily get access to. So we discovered that by doing some research on the market, the entrepreneurs at early stage were really struggling with getting the right type of investment. So those who need, for example, to go and get money from the bank or for the microfinance, it's really difficult for them, because what they are asked to provide, they don't have it. So this was one issue. The other one is when you take a look at startups, for example, the business angels all that was not really active in Senegal. And also the love money is not that easy to get. So we needed to be there to make sure that this kind of early stage investment for those different targets can be there. So the president, Macky Sall, decided to create the DARE, which is the rapid delegation for, that delegation for rapid entrepreneurship in Senegal. And we have 53 million USD per year provided by the government to support and invest in companies. But we also leverage on that money to be able to raise 2 to 3 times this money on the market, going through some partnership with international institutions. We are, for example, with the African Bank of Development, with the French Agency for Development also. So we get more money to be able to address the targets and provide the right support, financial, but also as an ecosystem builder, we also do a lot in terms of technical assistance.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for that very broad explanation of your role and also the role that your government has played in enabling small businesses in your country. Zile?
A little bit of my background. I would describe myself as a solutionist. Find problems, real challenges, and try and find the best way from point A to B to make it better. About 4 years ago, founded LocumBase, which is a software as a service platform that connects freelance medical professionals and healthcare workers with private practices, hospitals and clinics, women where they're needed most. Ultimately, this is to empower medical workers to really earn their worth. We have a massive shortage of nurses and doctors, not only in South Africa, in Africa, and even further afield in first world countries, developed nations. There needs to be a better way to go to the future of work, and that includes not only the creative stuff and the developers and the technology. It includes the people who work with people, and that is why our focus is on medical, because if you have happy, empowered medical workers, you have healthier patients, which means you have a healthier population and ultimately better economies. So that's what we do.
Great, wonderful. Aziza, tell us a bit about yourself.
So I'm coming from an engineering background, so I'm a biological engineer. And right after graduating, I have joined the entrepreneurial ecosystem, and it was really exciting. That's why I decided to switch and to have a professional career in the ecosystem, in the Tunisian ecosystem. So it started by joining an edtech startup. So I worked in a Tunisian startup called Go My Code, who has who expanded all over Africa now. So I was part of the team for 2 years and a half, and then I joined startup support organizations to better understand how it works, incubators, accelerators, etc. And now I am a project manager at Expertise France. I am managing a project that is funded by the European Union called Investi. And the goal of the project is to connect the national ecosystem, the Tunisian one, with international ecosystem. And what we do specifically is that we qualify Tunisian startups and we connect them with international and national investors as well. So that's what we do on a daily basis. But we do a lot of efforts in terms of ecosystem advocacy. So we try to promote the Tunisian ecosystem. We try to be part of amazing events such as AfricArena to try to build bridges with the African ecosystem and also the European one, the Mediterranean ones, because we believe that if we really want to elevate the ecosystem, it starts from here, from events such as AfricArena. So I'm very excited to be here today.
Well, we're very excited to have you and everybody else from Tunisia and Senegal and everywhere else on the continent. So an interesting fact, well, not maybe fact, but interesting activities that we all represent on this panel is that the Startup Act. I think Malvin, did speak a lot about that. And in essence, I know that Tunisia was the first country on the continent to have a Startup Act. Senegal, in essence, is working towards that, or has it already been passed?
It has been voted.
Okay,
Yes,
it's been
so
voted in.
Yes, already. And we are working on the decrease.
Okay, on the decrease. And then South Africa is also well on its journey of getting a Startup Act going. So perhaps you could just give us a bit of an idea of what that looks like, having a Startup Act in Tunisia, having a Startup Act in Senegal, and then I think we'll also reflect a little bit around South Africa having one for itself.
So for Tunisia's case, so it started back in 2018. So it is more than Startup Act. It's like a whole national initiative called Startup Tunisia, and it was like endorsed by the community, the civil society that is working on the ecosystem, that did a lot of efforts to push the government in order to adopt laws such as Startup Act. But the whole initiative Startup Tunisia is based on three main pillars. The first one is the Startup Act, which is a legal framework that supports entrepreneurs or wannabe entrepreneurs, the people who want to launch their startups but need push. So this legal framework, Startup Act, helps them to do so. And the second pillar is the Startup Invest, which is a funding framework that is enabling the emergence of a VC ecosystem in Tunisia, mainly through the Fund of Funds, ANAVA. And the third pillar is the startup ecosystem. So the goal is it's a support framework. So we're supporting startups, incubators, accelerators, and we are empowering them in order to make the ecosystem grow even more. To get back to the Startup Act, which is a law that was adopted in 2018, as I said earlier, it is a legal framework that is very friendly for startups, investors, and entrepreneurs. So it gives a series of advantages. For example, for entrepreneurs, I don't have them all in mind, but I will say a few of them. For example, for entrepreneurs, it offers the startup grant. So, for example, if an entrepreneur has already a job in a corporate agency, for example, he can take a leave and for 1 year or two maybe, and he will have the startup grant. It's a form of salary, so he can continue and take the first step in order to launch his startup. There is also an amazing advantage for entrepreneurs, which is the licenses. So there is a support in order to get the license. The government pays the fees, etc. Another one is the employment programs. So when it comes to contracts, etc., it's easier for the entrepreneurs to recruit people, etc. And an interesting one, which is the good fail. And I believe it's very interesting if we are talking about launching a startup. So there is also this there is kind of a fear because only brave people become entrepreneurs. So to encourage them, there is the good fail. So we try to cover them in case it doesn't go as planned. So this is a kind of series of advantages for entrepreneurs. There are some other advantages for startup, for example, and it's very interesting because, for example, we have the employee and employer social charges, who cost a lot for entrepreneurs. So in this case, the government pays the taxes, so the entrepreneurs don't have to. Another one is the special account in foreign currencies. So entrepreneurs can buy materials online or etc. It makes it easier for them. And there is the corporate tax, which is very interesting. So the startups are exempt from the taxes in general. And we also have a series of advantages for investors as well, which are very, very interesting. For example, for the tax relief, for example. So the whole legal framework is very interesting because they are targeting both startups, entrepreneurs, and investors. So since 2018, we have seen an emergence of a lot of startups. Today we have 600 Startup Act labeled startups who benefit from all these advantages, and we are seeing every day more startups, and we are very proud of it.
Well, Aziza, you are smiling and beaming from, you're just so excited, and it sounds like you guys get a lot of support from your government. So we'll just park it there. And also, I'm glad that you're able to unpack what the Startup Act is and what it has done for your country. But I can see you have a lot of enthusiasm, and there's a lot of encouragement for anybody who wants to start an innovation-driven company. they have an enabling environment. And then maybe you could just reflect on Senegal's journey to having their Startup Act, and to date, what has been the impact?
Yeah, so you mentioned it properly, it was a journey. So before the Startup Act came, we had a bunch of initiatives that were taken by the government to make sure that we can get a better environment for the different stakeholders in the digital sphere. So in 2016, we have voted and defined a national strategy for digital economy in Senegal, which is going until 2025. And then we've been also doing different things like setting up, for example, a data center quite recently. There have been this big project that is going on, which is a super incubator named the Mohammed bin Zayed Center, which is being actually built at the moment. And the DER is having the drive on this project, for example. So there was kind of a momentum that was being built during the past years. And at some point, it's also the whole community and the whole ecosystem that has come together and said, okay, we need to make sure that we are able to go further in terms of legal constraints that we have at the moment. How can we just come together and go with this Startup Act, because we saw that it was already established in Tunisia, and that it was something we needed to have access to also if we want to make sure that the startups and all the ecosystem players can really be attracted and retained to the country, indeed. So we did this with a bunch of actors. So there was I4 Policy, who was really there also with the methodology to bring all those people together. There was the government with the DER, but also the Ministry of Digital Economy that was there also taking the lead over the process too. The Sen Startup, which is the group that represents all the startups in Senegal, who was also really involved in the process. Also a cabinet which is named Carapace, who was there to make sure that we can define the right rules for the Startup Act itself. And then the SMEs and all the actors really were involved in the process. What is pretty amazing for us is that it has been a really short process. We've been able to vote the law in 1 year, which is kind of,
wow.
Yeah, it's really short for Senegal to do it in 1 year. But then we also had to fight a lot. There was a lot of fighting against how to have people understanding, for example, the guys from the imposition, the taxes, they were not understanding what is a startup. So we did indeed a panel a few days ago to see where we are with the Startup Act. Yeah. And all that came around the table, that there was a lack of comprehension of what was a startup, of what was the Startup Act, why it was important for the country to have it. So yes, a lot of fights, which explains also that for the moment, our Startup Act, to be honest, is not as bold as the Tunisian Startup Act. It is still bold, but not as bold as yours. We don't have, for example, this 1 year salary. That is also something that our entrepreneurs ask for. But to be able to put it in place, we need to go step by step. So we started with one step, which is voting what we have for now and doing the decrees at the moment. So there will be incitations like, for example, exemptions of some taxes. That has already started 1 year ago, but it's not all the taxes, so it's part of the taxes. You have also incitations for the VCs, the investors that are there, but they need to be really identified as what it is exactly. So this is the role of the decrease indeed, to know exactly what is there for the VCs. For example, for big companies who would like to work with startups on market, they have like a percentage that is decreased from the taxes, so that they are really willing to cooperate more with startups when they go and get access to public markets, for example. So this is the kind of incitation we have, but we know that it is a work in progress, and we still have to do more in the coming years to be able to enrich really the Startup Acts that we have, so that we can come up with stronger incitations there. But it started already, and we are the second country indeed on the continent who has voted the Startup Act.
Can we just give that a hand of applause? I think that on its own, and I think Zule, my question to you, in the absence of having a Startup Act for our country, not to say that we're not working on one, because we are really working on one, do entrepreneurs really need the government's help? Do we need to have a Startup Act? What should that look like?
we definitely do need a Startup Act. Both of your journeys with the Startup Act is amazing. I have a lot of hope for our Startup Act, but hope is not a strategy. And can you imagine getting a year's salary from the government?
Yeah, that's one thing. Yeah, that would be nice.
I'm very much of the opinion that the startups do need the government's help. But stuff that's actually implementable and stuff that actually has an effect. You know, I was thinking about this whole giving startups and early stage businesses like tax incentives. But realistically, you're not going to be making profit for quite some time. And tax incentives is really just a nice to.
So a tax break of sorts.
You know, like tax breaks of sorts and supporting in that side. You know, I think that we are personally struggling with where, in the process of building our business, is how labor laws and also like tax laws are very archaic when it comes to new ways of working. You know, we are speaking to SARS for special directives, and we're speaking to the labor department about how can we mold so that we are actually preparing our country and our organizations for the future of work. This is I suppose the gig economy, more independent working. We're just going to have more and more of that. So for the government to be more, I suppose, involved, or not involved, but be more aware of how we're changing and how fast things are changing for startups and for the solutions that we have to create, because we have a whole world of challenges. So yes, Startup Act necessary. Entrepreneurs do need the government's help.
Yeah.
But firstly, I think we need to try and keep the lights on.
I agree. At the end of the day, that's why we exist. So I think, is it safe to say that entrepreneurs do need the government's help? It's safe to say that?
Yes, of course.
I'm now wondering what the audience thinks. So I'm going to open it up to our audience. If you have some comments, some questions, we are happy to address those. But yeah, so there's a lady here in the front. There's a gentleman there. Okay, I'll take the first three right now in the front.
Thank you very much. I think this is a very powerful topic. Yes, indeed, entrepreneurs need government, is what one of the presenters said. Government creates an enabling environment, which is the red carpet in terms of policies, in terms of procedures like the act, my dearest sister from Senegal that she was talking about. So it's very important, but it has to be organized at the end of the day. That's one thing that should be. It has to be organized so that government knows exactly what are the challenges of the entrepreneurs on the ground, so that when they come with those policies, and even entrepreneurs themselves must be organized so that it's not one single person approaching government, but it should be a united front or an association of entrepreneurs that speaks with one voice for government to listen. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Our friend from Japan.
Hello, thank you for a great discussion. I had a question. If I wanted to revisit the struggle of setting up the Startup Act within the respective governments and kind of dig into maybe what were the positions that you've encountered that were against the Startup Act. I mean, I'm sure you encountered a lot of opposition, and as other countries are trying to start their movement at least, because sometimes it's really non-existent. What were some of the harshest opposition points that you've encountered when trying to push forward this act?
Very good question. I'll take the third one and then our panelists can answer. There's a gentleman that side, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I'm actually from Kenya, and we recently passed the Startup Act as well. And I was impressed that Tunisia, there are like 600 already startups labeled as within the Startup Act. And I'm wondering whether it's a hard job to do almost a double registration, because you have to register as a business and then you have to register as a startup. Is that the case, or is it different?
Yeah,
and what happens also in this definition of what a startup is? What if I'm an old business and I fold and I go and register again? Would I still be considered as a startup? Just to formulate my old business?
Yeah.
Okay. I will
You
answer.
can answer both questions.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I will start maybe with the last one, and
Sure.
then I will get
Perfect.
back to the. So there is a legal definition of a startup in Tunisia. So a startup has to be the age of the startups has to be less than 8 years. So that's the first one. They have to have an innovative and a highly scalable solution. So that's important. And are the two key elements. So if your startup, the age of the startup is more than 8 years, we don't consider it as a startup. So we have like a legal definition that you can maybe check also at startupact.in. There is a lot of information about how we define. So this is the first thing. And how it works. At Startup Act, the project is managed by Smart Capital. It's not like managed fully by the Ministry of Technology in Tunisia. They have delegated the implementation and everything to Smart Capital, which is a private agency who are implementing the Startup Act project. And there is also a board that we call Collège des Startups, which is like a steering committee composed of 8 people who are 8 or 9 maybe people who are key players on the ecosystem. So we can find investors, key players of the ecosystem who are part of the steering committee and who select the startup every month. So every month there is like a call for application where startups are invited to submit an online application. So it's fully online. The whole process is fully online. There is a portal called Startup Act Portal for startup. They submit their application there, and there is the steering committee who do the selection based on criteria, very specific criteria. And if a startup gets accepted, it gets the label Startup Act, and then can benefit from the series of incentives and advantages when it comes to the Startup Act. This is about how it works and how we cross the 600. It's because we have application every month and a steering committee who is highly committed, and they are all the benevolent. It's a voluntary work. They do not get paid for doing the selection process every month. And to come back to the bottlenecks, I wasn't part of the people, unfortunately, who pushed, technically, who talked with the government representative, etc. But what I can say is that it's something related to Tunisia in general, not the entrepreneurial ecosystem specifically, but a power of the civil society, the people who work on the ecosystem and who really believe in the potential of the ecosystem, in the economic growth of the whole country, made the efforts. It wasn't very quick. The law was discussed about since 2016, and it was adopted in 2018. So there was a lot of discussion with the governments, a lot of push, etc., to get the adoption of the law in 2018. And even today, it's a work in progress. We can say that we did it. It's wonderful. We are witnessing some challenges, etc. And we are working today on a version 2.0 of the Startup Act to make it more startup friendly for the ecosystem. So this is it.
Great. And I think, did you answer the second question?
I think.
Yes.
Did I?
Challenges.
Just wondered if you could recall, even though you didn't actually do the push, if you could recall some of the most difficult bottlenecks you encountered, or what were the most difficult points that were being opposed by governments?
Maybe I would say, because in Tunisia the politics are not one of the greatest models, it was frustrating when it comes to the parliament to adopt the law. This is where it's stuck, but then fortunately it got voted unanimously, unanimité.
Yeah.
Yes, so that's it. But maybe it was stuck on the parliament level to approve the law. This is the main challenges that we faced in Tunisia.
Okay, great. And Senegal?
Yeah. So can we hear me? Yeah. For Senegal, the first struggle was, what is a startup? I mean, we had so many definition of a startup, so we had to come to a common ground regarding what is a startup. And now with the law, indeed, we have a common comprehension of a startup and a legal definition, which is pretty close to yours, indeed, with the same age and the same characteristic also. And then it was really about the taxes. You know, it's really complicated to get the tax people understanding that, yes, you need to lower these taxes, and this is why, and this is the value that it can create. And this is why also startups, we need them in the ecosystem, because they have this exponential way of addressing problems, and they can bring solutions with a massive impact. And you need to get those people to understand how a startup works and why it is interesting to bet on them, when you know that, as you mentioned, during the first years, they won't be doing any benefit out of the business, you know. So this is really a specific way of, a specific business model that you need to make sure that people can understand. What I think is interesting is, first, I think that the topic is not just about the Startup Act itself. Startup Act is one thing in the process, but it goes way beyond the Startup Act. And I think what is interesting is that we are at this moment in Africa where it's not just the entrepreneurs that need the government, even though we know it's a truth, but it's also the government that needs the entrepreneurs, and we need to be able to recognize that and to know that, especially with the COVID crisis and the jobs that the startups and the entrepreneurs are providing on the market, the type of solutions they are providing and the type of impact they can get. And we have seen so beautiful success stories all over the continent, and even one now in Senegal with Wave, which has raised $200 million recently and became the first unicorn in Francophone Western Africa. So all this is really showing us that we are at this moment where it's not only in one-way relationship, but it's in both ways. And I think this also helped on getting people understanding pretty fast at the end of the day that made sense for us to have this Startup Act. But it goes beyond. For example, at the DARE, we have been supporting 150,000 entrepreneurs so far in 3.5 years. And we have been also building a specific fund, which is a demand from the president himself, to have a fund for startups. So we have a fund for startups and innovative companies with $5 million per year to make sure that we can invest in companies. And we do investment in equity. We do also, you know, I don't know how you say it in English, but bon de souscription d'action, BSA. So you invest in the company for 2 years, and then after 2 years, you see how you convert it, whether in debt or in equity. And we do also the classic debt but with really high rates compared to the banks. So all these initiatives, they were there way before the Startup Act. And the Startup Act is just coming to reinforce the legal frame and to reinforce all these initiatives and bring people all together. And also, I just want to finish maybe with this. We are bringing people together by building the ecosystem. Yeah. Building the ecosystem for us is not just about financing entrepreneurs. It's also about how do you make sure that the ecosystem, and not just at Dakar, which is the capital, but in all the regions of Senegal, the entrepreneurs can get access to the same type of financing and the same type of technical support and assistance. So we are building at the moment, 7 hubs of innovation. We have one at Dakar that we have launched a few weeks ago, and we have a partnership with a bunch of actors. So we are with Startup Bootcamp, for example, with which we do acceleration programs, and they have their campus there in Senegal now, so the 3 coming courses of acceleration will be done there. We have also AfricArena, which we work with, and we've been organizing the AfricArena West African Tour recently. So all of this is showing that the government is conscious that there is value to create with startups, not just for startups, but with startups. So we also do a lot of open innovation now with the startups. We've launched a bunch of initiatives around this with some big actors, big players, to bring these players to work with the startups, and we act a bit like those who can connect both worlds, you know? So all of that, as I was saying, is the beginning, I think, but what we are building at the moment with the 7 hubs of innovation, which are named the D-Hubs, and all this strategy, and with the Mohammed Ben Zayed Center that will come in 2 years, that will bring the country to all other level. And what we want at the end of the day is to be part of the main countries in Africa to host innovation and host startups. And whatever they are doing, I mean, in terms of vertical, wherever they are coming from, they can come to Senegal and get access to the proper environment to grow their business. This is really the idea.
Great. Well, from what you ladies are saying, it's super, super exciting to be alive, to be African, to see that African countries are becoming intentional around creating globally competitive startups that are going to, add value to our own economies. And Zuli, I'm not going to leave you out because we are working on our very own startup. I think if you could look there on the screen, we have been actively engaging the ecosystem, organizing ourselves. But if you had a wish list, I don't know, 3, 4, 5, 6 things that you wish our government could do for us, besides enacting a Startup Act or supporting the Startup Act, what would those be?
I think the first
for your own business.
The first thing on my list would
yeah.
be somehow corporates being incentivized by government to use startups and early stage innovative businesses.
Mm-hmm.
It's great to have grants and competitions and investment, but what we actually want is business. We actually want to
access to markets. Yep.
We actually want to add value to you. So I think that is quite high on my list, to somehow incentivize corporates to use early stage businesses.
Yep. Yep.
And then I mentioned a bit around the labor laws and such. Because if you hire somebody early on and it's not a right fit, and our labor laws in South Africa is very strict for everybody across the board, right? And a startup does not have 3 months to waste on a team member that's not a team member. But it's a difficult one because how do you be fair to an individual and be fair to a startup?
Yep.
It's a difficult one. How do we figure that out?
Mm-hmm.
This is one of the big challenges that we need to figure out for a startup. A big one, third, I made a list. Where's my list?
Red tape.
Red tape.
Yeah.
Red
Yeah.
tape. I think that when we actually get the startup back running, and there are so many intricate pieces to figure out.
Mm-hmm.
And you've been doing lots of work on it. I mean, early on in this year, we got together.
Mm-hmm.
We've been very, very passionate about it.
That's when I met you, like, yeah.
And I think with the right people on board, such as the people that you've brought together, we can really do this right to not only benefit innovative startups, what could be defined as a startup or a tech or so forth, but also smaller businesses, smaller SMEs, the spaza shops, the businesses that are just blossoming in townships, in rural places. There's so much talent and so much solutionism in our country, and we need to really cultivate it to bring us to where we want to be. South Africa's a powerhouse, and let's get to where we need to be.
South Africa's got talent. Great. Well, on that note, I am going to wrap up, but have no fear. South Africa is well on track on working on a Startup Act for our country. A few weeks ago, we had the opportunity to engage with our president, Cyril Ramaphosa. He was on a Zoom call with a lot of ecosystem players, and from what he says he thoroughly endorses the idea of South Africa being an active startup nation and also having a Startup Act. So we're quite excited with that the government has actually recognized us as an ecosystem. We're very different to, the micro enterprises or the big businesses in South Africa. We are unicorns in the making. We are very diverse, very unique. We want to scale. So if you do want to be part of the Startup Act movement, the website was up, but is sastartupact.co.za. Whether you are investing, whether you are an entrepreneur yourself, a startup, or whether you are accelerating but actively playing in the ecosystem, we want you to be part of the movement. So do sign up, be part of the coalition, and be counted as those people, individuals, companies, and businesses that were supporting a Startup Act. Because at the end of the day, we want to be like Tunisia, we want to be like Senegal, we want to be like Kenya. We should have a Startup Act for South Africa. On that note, thank you to my wonderful panelists, and thanking you all for your time this morning.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, Matsi. And please, one more round of applause for our panelists. Aziza, Zule, Kareen, thank you so much for joining us, ladies. Sir, I know you had your question, but time does not permit, and they will be available during the break. We've got one more order of business before we do break for lunch. But before we get to that order of business, a quick announcement to any of the people in this room who are judging any of the pitches. Just at the start of the lunch break, before you break for lunch, if you can please meet Katie at the stage over here. So anyone who is one of our judges, if you're in the audience today, please meet Katie over here at the stage, just as the lunch break starts. Whoops. Are you fine, sir? Good. Okay, I think it's time we're going to move on. We've got one final bit of business, and that is the Unconference Roundup just before we go to lunch. So, ladies and gentlemen, he's here to tell you all about it. Please welcome Mr. Darren Manik.
Good afternoon, everybody. Is everybody doing well today? All right, that's good. So like Stuart mentioned, my name is Darren, and I was at the Unconference over the weekend. Essentially what the Unconference is, it's a collection of VCs, enablers, and various other sort of players in the ecosystem that discusses some of the issues that we'd like to tackle and improve on in the ecosystem. So before I start, I do have a question to those founders. How do you get an African VC to look at your startup deck? You tell them that you studied at a university in the United States. That's maybe a little bit of a cheesy joke and a bit close to home, but yeah. So I'm going to give you some feedback on what happened at the Unconference. Essentially, like I said earlier, who was there? There was quite a number of people there. There was about 60, between 50 and 60 individuals across various different sectors of the ecosystem, including investors. And some of the investors that we had there were VC investors, angel investors, and also one or two LPs. And essentially, an LP is those individuals or companies that provide capital to the underlying venture capital investors. Some of the investors from Pan-African VCs like Launch Africa, 4DI Capital, Knife Capital, Briga as well, which is a European-based investor. We also had a number of accelerators, including Founders Factory Africa, Startup Bootcamp Africa, as well as also Savant, which has a fund as well as also an incubator. There were also two corporates in the room, somebody from Naspers as well as also somebody from Old Mutual, and also a couple of enablers. And enablers would be individuals that participate in organizations like AfricArena or Digital Collective Africa, which is essentially a non-profit organization that aims to provide resources to the ecosystem in order to help the ecosystem grow and become stronger. So that's essentially who was there, quite a number of individuals. And the top right-hand photo is just something to sort of capture how we can all work together as different players in the ecosystem. Before we went to the conference, a survey was sent out to all the participants to get an idea of what some of the interesting topics and the important topics that we should discuss at this conference in order to make the ecosystem a bit stronger. And those are some of the topics. I don't know if you can see it, but the one that had the highest number of responses was at the bottom there. It says the future of VC models is the ones that we have right now, the right model for a venture capital investor to invest in African startups. But what were some of the things that we actually did discuss and some of the topics that were presented in the weekend? So we first started off with giving feedback on the previous year's topics that we had tried to tackle essentially. The first was having open source access to information and also tools for both founders and also investors. So during the year, we've created a number of tools for founders and investors. We're trying to put together a database that will enable founders and investors to have access to information for deals across the ecosystem, for founders to be able to identify who a specific investor is that's active in a specific region or in a specific stage of the life cycle. And some of the tools that we've created so far and also put onto the DCA or Digital Collective Africa website includes things like a calculator for when you raise capital to see how much you'll be diluted by. We've also put some documents on the website which gives you an idea of how to set up your ESOP, which is essentially for your employment share option scheme. And there was a number of other things, also a due diligence checklist and a term sheet checklist as well, and basically just showing you these are all of the terms at this specific stage of the deal that most players within the ecosystem say that you should at least have in your term sheet. All right, and these are just some of the comments. So we need to ensure that that everybody in the ecosystem is aware of the tools and information that is available on this website. So if you have a cell phone, you can go to the website. If you have a laptop, it's digitalcollective.africa. Is that correct, team? Yes, Christoph has given me the thumbs up. Digitalcollective.africa. So you can go there. You can see all of the different tools that's available, and then you can use it as well. And you can see all of the different investors who have kind of signed off and said that they would like to say that the information in those tools are useful for founders. All right, we also had some entrepreneurs coming to visit us and chat to us about their experience in raising capital. And one of the things that I realized from that discussion was that it's not necessarily what you know, but it's who you know. So you kind of have to know your relationships and focus on your relationships, because that's quite important. Yeah, and then the next topic that we discussed was, is the VC model in Africa the correct one? So some of the sub-underlying topics that we discussed within that major topic is context is required, specifically where the capital is coming from, and that sort of tells you as a founder what the investor is going to be looking to you for returns, or for, if it's for example, if your investor is an impact investor, or if your investor is just a VC, what is going to be more important to them? Are they just looking for returns? Are they looking for impact? Are they environmentally focused impact investor, et cetera, et cetera? The other thing that was quite interesting to me as well was raising money is not hard if you are well connected. And you can't control your exit, but you can control your entry. So what that means for founders essentially is that you need to also be aware of what the investor is looking for. So if your valuation that you're starting at and you're looking for funding is too high, they might be less likely to invest in you, because they obviously always might be looking for a return at the end of the day. The fourth topic that we discussed and we spoke about was the relationships between corporates and startups. Some of the points there was that selling to corporates can be very difficult. So you as a founder have to kind of pick your battles, because sometimes getting a relationship with a corporate and getting them as a client can be quite difficult. And you kind of have to pick your battles if you want to spend that much time and invest into a potential relationship that could take up to 2 years to actually become a client. Pick your battles. And also remember that corporates don't necessarily want to be disrupted. So just be aware of that. And one of the other topics that came out of that discussion was DCA as a community, how can we kind of help with the compliance and regulations, knowledge for founders across different geographies. And then the last kind of discussion point that we had, or group discussion that we had, we split up into groups and spoke about various topics. Essentially, there were 3 topics: open source tools and education for founders and investors, investor funding structures, and then also Pan-African collaboration. So from those 3 groups, there will be multiple work streams created for the next year in order for us to work on various initiatives so that we can progress and see that there are different funding structures for investors, so that we can see an increase in Pan-African collaboration, and that we can see an increased number of tools and educational services for founders and investors. So that's just some photos of the whiteboards that the comments that we made. It's probably not very legible, but yeah. So in a year's time, I'm definitely quite optimistic and hopeful that we'll be able to provide you more feedback on those 3 work streams. Just as an example, for the Pan-African collaboration, some of the ideas there would be to get a service provider to assist with multiple investors to maybe create an opportunity for collective hiring, because we know that identifying strong talent within the industry is quite difficult for VC investors and their portfolio companies. So that's one of the ideas, that we can potentially collaborate in the future to hire individuals across different startups. And then just some of the comments as I wrap up. One of the comments from one of the participants was that we still need to see an increased level of diversity across the continent and also across genders as well. We still need to work on that. An investor mentioned to me that they kind of want to, from the weekend, what became quite apparent was that there's a lot of opportunity to leverage off the collaboration within the industry, and then they can use that to kind of do even better. Another point was also about collaboration. There's still some more work to do on collaboration, and kind of in opposite to that, or related to the point of collaboration, is that even though there's still more growth opportunities to work together across different investors, across different sort of enablers, across different accelerators, the amount of collaboration within the industry, within the venture capital ecosystem, is still a lot higher than it is in private equity, which is, I suppose, something that at least gives us some level of comfort to say that what we are doing is having an impact. There is some benefit to it, and hopefully we can just increase the amount of collaboration so that just the amount of capital that flows into the ecosystem just increases from here on. And I think that was it from me. Yeah, I don't have any questions, but I'm not going to ask for if there's any questions, but if you are around and you want to speak to me, I'll be at the back probably for another hour or so. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Darren. Appreciate that.
Excellent.
Okay, ladies and gents, that wraps up our first session over here. One quick bit of housekeeping before we let you go is, if you are one of the judges who are involved in the pitch sessions, please don't rush off to lunch. Please meet Katie at the front stage over here. Otherwise, sir?
Yeah, speaking of lunch, I can see that little Disney cartoon hand vapor sneaking through the room, tickling me under the nose, right? You can smell it all the way in here. So everybody, I know your tummies are grumbling, so hop up. You can run out to lunch, grab a plate, recharge those batteries, and then join us after the lunch for hearing from the innovators themselves, the actual catalysts in this whole crazy collider ecosystem that we have here today. So give yourselves a big round of applause. Thank our speakers, thank our sponsors, thank you, Christoph, and all the team that puts this together. Thank you so much, and I'll see you right after lunch.
See the time is right. I know you've been waiting, baby. So I'm gonna give it to you. Is it in the air tonight? Feel it if the time is right. I know you've been waiting, baby.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you can see me, that means you're sitting in front of me, and if you can hear me, that means you're still finishing up the last of your tasty treats, a lovely dessert, finishing up those conversations. Maybe you've eaten so much you're having even a hard time getting off your chair. But if it is the case, I advise you to mosey on down to the center stage area. See my beautiful mug smiling back at you. Take a seat because we've got some more exciting stuff. I had a lot of crowd work planned for this moment, but I'm seeing a lot of empty chairs. If there's anybody from the AfricArena support team, maybe you could go running around ushering people into the center stage area so I wouldn't have to yell and talk so loud. People in the room are getting tired of hearing me yelling at them. They say, geez, didn't we have some earplugs in this event, for Christ's sake? So for those of you present, how was the morning? Good? Bad? So-so? Good? I hear 1 vote for good, 2 votes for good, 3 votes good. I wish I could speak as fast as an auctioneer because that's how fast the good votes are coming in. While I've got your attention, just in case you haven't done so already, download the app. That way, if you're in the restroom or if you're grabbing a bite to eat or if you're having a quick coffee, you'll get a nice little notification on your phone that says, watch out, here comes the next segment, the next speaker, the next pitch. Because that, I don't want to ruin the surprise for everybody outside, but that is what we're going to be getting into, is the pitching. Take just another 30 seconds. Stop. Oh, outside here. Yes, also, I forgot to mention, you're probably still enjoying that lovely quintet. It is called a quintet of 5. Quartet, trio, duo, solo, quintet is 5. Lovely jazz and swing we got to hear. Lovely African futuristic electronic music this morning from the duo of DJ Invisible and Dubmaster China. Those names stick in my mind. Why do they stick in my mind? Because they were good, and I'm going to look them up on Spotify later. Stuart didn't tell you, but I will tell you. I'll break Zach George's secret. You can find him, our second speaker of the morning, Zach George, with that flowing, long locks of hair. You can find him on Spotify as well and listen to his music. You can tell that I put on my sports jacket this afternoon because I wanted to appear like I'm a VC so I can have all the early access to all these wonderful startups, so they would come talk to me and ask me about me and they would pitch to me. But the truth is, actually, in the last few days, I did get a lot of early access. I know that several in the room were with me the last few days. But in fact, what happened? We had a lovely boot camp, a word that gets thrown around a lot. Every incubator, every accelerator, every main big event like this is going to have a session and several sessions of mentoring, knowledge sharing, and collective intelligence workshops to shop and work through the actual technical problems that these startups face. Today we have a lot of seed, pre-seed, Series A, and even Series B startups that are going to be pitching for you today. But as I've had a conversation with several of the startups today, it's not just about cash. In fact, network, problem solving, collective intelligence goes a long way. So you never know the conversations you're going to get into in places like this. It's not just about the money, as it might surprise you. But in fact, we can all work together and make, dare I say it, the world a better place. It's important to me, it's important to you, it's also important to our future children, and so on and so forth. So over the last few days, that's exactly what we set out to do. There are a lot of moving parts in this big collider, in this big ecosystem that we're all sharing together.